Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone is having a good one. Hope everyone had a good weekend as well. We are back at it again. Now, trying to think what we're gonna get done. I'll admit, I had some terrible sleep, not last night, but the night before, because I was up doing a lot of work. And then yesterday was kind of a forced day off, sort of. Cause Star Rail's having its day, its next lot of stuff and a lot of events were ending today. So I wanted to make sure I got it all of it done, because I hadn't finished the main story, and my god, it took me basically all day. Which was wild. But yeah, like, aside from that, though, yeah, as per usual. Alright, so, I'm going to clean up. We're gonna think about what we're getting done today. So I kind of know one of the key things I'm going to be working on over this week. I say kind of. I know what I'm going to be working on majorly over this week. But how I want to approach it is the question. Because I believe the task I've set for this week, once it loads. So I've got two major things this week. But one of them's a continuation, and I don't expect it to be finished off until the end of next week. Yeah. So, let's pull up paint. It's always the best way to go about it, right? Having paint, getting through our discussion points. Having a visual way of doing is always good. Yeah. Alright. There we go. Alright. Brain should activate someday. Alright, so. This is the major overarching thing I'm going to be working over this week and next. Is I'm going to be working on the control menu specifically. And just making it so the player can kind of customize their controls somewhat. And have a place where they can go to see what the controls are, right? So let's go through that as a list. place to see controls, and then place to edit. Controls. So those are the two key things that we need to work on. So editing the controls at the moment is very much not the priority. We need to find a way to consistently show the player what their controls are. So what currently is in the controls part of the options screen, or the settings? Because that's kind of where we're at. I need to know what I'm working with for controls before I can make a substantial effort, I guess. So let's go to options, and in here, controls. There is nothing in controls at the moment? Okay. Absolutely nothing. Got it. Okay, so let's list out what controls we're going to need to display. So we're gonna mainly looking at here, and we're gonna look at get input script. So again, this is one of those weeks where like, I have one thing to add, but I want to go do a little planning for that. We might do that later today if I get a bit bored. But we've got one thing I want to add this week, but we're going to be like minimally adding for a little bit to ensure quality stuff at the moment. I think that's the thing that, in a sense, I've been not lacking in, but definitely we need to do something about. So, looking at this list here, we've got directionals. We've got escape. We've got select, I guess. We've got mouse. We've got reroll. We've got banish. And we've got auto target. Cool. There's also a couple of other little bits and pieces that I do want to go work on, that I've been notified about, and some of them are ones that have existed for a little while now that I do need to go, like, stop having slip through, but I want to make sure we get this done, because this is one of those things that I think's taken too long for us to show something about. So, the directionals is a total of 4 types of things, and mouse is 2 times, and then that's it. So that should be a total of 6 plus 5. 11 total controls that we need to make sure we show. No, that's incorrect. We're missing 2, so it's 13. Because we also have EX and assist. So 13 total. There we go. So 13 keys that we need to convey total. Yeah, for some reason my brain completely missed those 2. Alright, so I'm also gonna have to pull up the UI. And review over how I do each segment. For now, I'm not gonna have a function attached to the button. But I am still gonna probably run them as buttons for now. Actually, probably not then, right? Yeah. So we'll do this, and we'll probably just have name. Okay. So we said 13 in total. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Up, down, left, right. I mean, I don't even need to really have the mouse clicks, do I? Select. Escape. EX. Sys. Reroll. Vanish. So we're definitely gonna want this, this, and this. And then instead of accessibility, we want buttons, controls. Okay, and then for the list... How do I do the shadow thing? It's just default shadow here. Okay, so if we, with just this in, controls should actually come up with something now in the game. Now, I have a feeling, I'm in a situation that's going to be annoying. Because what I might have to do is I might have to figure out a way of comparing the thing to create a visual. Okay, so it turns up, at least. It's not correctly done in a way that's nice, but we kind of knew that would be the case. That's at least something, though, to work with. We can reduce this gap a fair bit. I'm trying to think, how do I want to handle this? Also, why the keyboard controls inside of that don't work very cleanly. Clearly need to do something about that. Is the game supposed to be playable fully with controller and keyboard only? Mouse is supposed to be a optional choice. Yeah, that's a fair. I might have to print this to a surface at this rate. And have it scroll. Which means that we might have to start getting into the, like, doing a logic system for surface scrolling. Which I have been needing to do, so we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so, let's go over the two things that I feel like we're probably needing to consider. Is, how to visualize. Which key. And, scrolling. Or, like, scroll. Space. Which we have worked on that before, so I can rip out of the old character select systems and do that. This one is a lower priority. This one's the higher priority. So how to visualize which key? Let's explain that in a bit better detail, shall we? So if we're gonna take this concept, move it down. What does this mean? Well, if you look at a menu normally, it will have like up, and then it will have either an arrow key or say up arrow. Thing is, that's not what actually I'm using. I'm not using the up arrow, I'm using the key denotation on the virtual keyboard to tell me when this is done. So basically, I'm not looking at the up arrow, I'm looking at the code that triggers when the up arrow is pressed. Really confusing concept, but hopefully that'll help with kind of the understanding moving forward. So if I'm not actually telling when I'm pressing the up arrow and I'm telling when the code that is relevant for the input input for that, how do I display up arrow or an arrow pointing up? Well, I feel like a lot of games will probably have a system in place for this. So they will have either words, and all that sort of stuff attributed to the virtual, like to the space for that. So if we go back to the get input code, you'll see virtual keyboard left and gamepad 1. I did know. So it's going to be about trying to find a way to denote these correctly with a visual thing. So I'm going to have to make an entire code block that is basically probably a switch statement. I mean, it could be a chain of if statements, or it could be a switch statement, where it's basically checking what's being done. Which means that I'm probably going to have to set up a valid keys checker at some point. So I'm probably going to have to list off every key. Surely that can't be the case. There's got to be a better way of doing that, right? I guess not. No, that's probably why most indie games do hardcode a lot of things. Let's search up around this, shall we? So... let's just literally Google this. Okay, so that's giving me theoretical stuff that I agree with, but not what we want. I'm rendering the game at 64 by 30, 360. Why? Why are you rendering a game at that? That's not even like a good mobile render window, right? What the fuck are you doing? Excellent. I mean, I guess I'm not much better for that, but still, seems a bit weird. Also, right here says a lot about me. Do you love being able to see my search history here, where you can see me looking for art references, Magic the Gathering, some random other stuff. It's great. 920 times the divided by 3. Okay, yeah. No, you've done. I'm not disputing you've done your math, Roger. I know. I was like just confused at why that specific number for a moment. But the moment you said pixel art, I got there. Let's see what people have for this kind of thing. What the fuck is this person doing? Yeah, like there's literally a constant that stands for the number 16, doesn't stand for shift or strength. Yep. Again, it's the thing attributed to it. Let's see. Waiting for enough people to watch so I can send you the stake fund. Goddamn. Not gonna lie, someone nearby had a barbecue recently, like yesterday or the day before, and the worst part of it is that I have to have my window open because it's so hot. And like, I could smell the sausages, I could smell the lamb. Ugh, it was fucking torture. Yeah, so this is exactly what I was expecting. Almost. So, any key on the keyboard that doesn't actually directly correspond to the printed ASCII text character will not work with character. So yeah, I basically have to do something like this. Ugh. Swallow your pride and ask to swallow the sausage. Hey now. But yeah, so I don't want to do this, but I think it's genuinely the correct thing, right? What control scheme the player is using. As was said, Game Maker has built-in functions for that. For small indie games, sometimes you see the controls listed in the corner of the screen. Like, yeah, I'll probably have some form of information available to the player as a tutorialization, but it is looking very much like what I think. Yeah, okay, so that is what I think it is. Yeah, so, okay, So far, this is looking like the correct thing to do. Okay, so the question becomes then, where are we doing this? Should we just do it inside of the input constructor then? The input constructor is used in 2 separate locations at this current point in time. But I can likely see it being moved to being 1 location eventually, so it's probably correct to do it here. Okay. So I'm going to need a variable here that will be our inputs. So I'll just call it input keys equals empty array. Then we're going to do a for loop. It's 256, I believe, off the top of my head. We saw it a second ago. I can look again. Then I plus. So just put it as equal. Yeah, equal. None. And then we do the absurdness. So Hey devil, how's it going? Honestly, I'm just gonna... This is gonna make it faster, right? if this stops lagging, is I'll copy this and then we'll reword it. Do this. I can't remember. Does this work for this? No, it doesn't. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this. Control F. Find and replace. Replace with this. There we go. Oof. During the MTG stream, please raided your neighbor's apartment. Alright then. Every day is so exciting. You know, this is the fucking fun and sad part about things, right? Is that currently my life is basically like the most calm and chill it has ever been. I have almost always lived in like questionable areas. And this is just mildly funny to me now for that. Oh my god, E is 69. Nice. I hope it keeps up. It's an interesting, weird scenario to be in, because, like, the last place I lived at, I think I've talked about it before, but, like, genuinely it even got into the papers at one point of, like, a guy running around the street with a machete and, threatening people. And that was, like, the person that lived opposite me. The funniest part was, like, if I recall the story, from at the time, like, it was two guys chased this person down the street with machetes. The cops got called like pretty early on, and they hear the sirens. They run back and throw the machetes into their bush, and then try and like pass it off it like they didn't do that. Like they didn't just threaten to kill someone. Like that's what I live in, or what I'm used to living in. That's why it's really weird where I live now, because it's just like, it's a bunch of, like, people that have got way too much money, or retirees. Why, like, I'm mildly looking forward to moving back, because, like, while I move back, I'm not going to be moving back to quite as bad, but I'm definitely going to be, yeah. Just for actual tax evasion? Oh, well, that's fucking nothing. Nah. Dude, I did worse as a child than that. What the fuck? Not to actually incriminate myself, but it's just like, it's one of those things of, if you grow up in certain kind of areas and things, certain things occur more often, and life is very, very different. I've talked a bit about some of that before, but like, I don't want to say enough to get me in trouble. Like, my lawyer advises me against these stories. But like, one of the things I'll always remember is where I grew up. The rule of thumb was be inside before the lights went on outside, because that's when the drug dealers came out. I did not follow that rule. and I would hang out with them. So like the gang members, the all that sort of stuff. They're all pretty cool with me. People with knives or drunk people getting into fist fights. Oh yeah, no, there's... I mean, in every city, that's what the worst you hear of. There's normally worse going on. This is the thing that I'll always stand by that catches me off guard the most, is like when I talk about some of these stories, especially when I get a little too real with them, people do not understand how fucked the world actually is. Like, it's pretty messed up. Okay, so I'm gonna want to get, kick the shit out of him? Yep. That's how it works. Genuinely, like, that's the misunderstanding a lot of people have, is like, there is actually a huge amount of honor among thieves scenario, right? Like, you do good by others, they'll do good by you. Like, I still remember... I'm gonna be cautious how much I'll tell about this story. I still remember when, in my primary school, there was, like, someone drove a car down, like, an area you couldn't drive a car down normally, and set fire to it. Which, like, burned out a lot of things, and I mentioned this to some friends of mine that I had, at the time, outside of school, obviously. And needless to say, the person I believe that caused the incident either got found very, very quickly by the police, or I don't think they ever got found. It was one of those two. I can't remember too well, because we're talking about, like, decades ago. Yeah, I think they got found and they were in a hell of a state. They had to be taken to hospital. That's right. The police got a tip, and by the time they got the tip, the person had been heavily beaten up. And that's always a sign of just like, don't mess with kids, man. Especially in those kind of neighborhoods, because once they found out a primary school had been, like, messed with, they taught person a lesson. They're very, very intense people, but they're very caring. Okay, so I'll change this in a second. These will be lowercase. So it'll be, let's see. There was a situation where a guy threatened two kids on the street. Of course, I stood between them and told, damn, I called the police. He didn't believe me, and in the end, he wanted to run away, so I started chasing him and shouting, what he was doing. People along the street came out of their houses and caught him with me. Running down the street, dude was, garbage bag, knocked him down, and we waited until the cops there. Made me feel good inside. That's the thing. I'll always stand by. Yeah, that there is actually what happens a lot with people. And every time someone tries to, like, inform me to be more, like, pessimistic or whatever about, the world, I get reminded of the fact that, no, genuinely speaking, well, there is a lot of awful people out there. The vast majority of people do not need much of a push to become good people. In fact, that's actually... I can't believe I'm about to use this as an example. I'm going to use Doctor Who as an example. Doctor Who is really good at showing that, like, when left with a large-scale, impossible choice, humanity will often, in the end, make the right choice, but not by a vote or by an agreement, but by just doing it. The example I'll use is in one of the most recent episodes I watched, which is the Moon one from Capaldi, really early on, where, I won't go too far into it because it's actually a very interesting episode. But basically, the moon is an egg, and they're left with a choice of, do they let it survive with the potential ramifications that might bring? Or do they destroy it and maintain the moon that they had? And there's a moment where they basically call out to humanity to vote, and humanity votes, and they still don't listen. Well, Clara doesn't listen in the end. Squeeze my food and hit sauce on your sleeve and jacket. Oh, that's gotta be annoying. But yeah, humanity is very good at, like, when they're not facing the decision, they'll have this high ground that they'll take. But when they're actually facing the decision and they have to make the decision, they more often than not tend to make the correct choice. And I'll stand by that. My genuine belief. Because at the end of the day, well, you'll often get people going like, oh, I'd only do it for a reward. A lot of people will just consider doing something like that and getting a pat on the back enough of a reward. Like, being thanked is one of the greatest rewards a person can receive nowadays. The problem is that thank yous have become so... How do I word it? hollow from a lot of people. That in some cases it doesn't feel like very valuable. I mean, one thing I was talking about the other day with a flatmate is the concept of lip service and how much I despise like shallow lip servicey comments. If you're gonna compliment me, actually compliment me, and if you're going to like go, you did a good job, don't say it so often that I stop feeling like it's actually like a thing. Also, I didn't know that he had a knife. My friends knew and didn't tell me because it was so obvious. Yeah, I mean, that's always that thing, right? Look, I mean, I've talked about this before. I've been stabbed going to work. The story's very, very funny now that I'm much, like, further along in my life. But, like, I was walking to work. One time, person jumps me. I was so fucking tired and done with things that I did not handle the situation correctly. I did not de-escalate. I was sarcastic. Shorthand is they basically are doing, like, the threatening me for what I had on me. I basically respond, I'm in a McDonald's outfit. Do you think I've got money on me? Because like I was going to work, and it ended up with him like getting frustrated and stabbing me in the gut. Now I had enough energy to kind of turn so it didn't actually hit anything, so it just went in. And yeah, it's the only thing I'll remember of that moment the clearest is his face of just like, okay, I've stabbed him, what do I do now? And the problem with him is that I knew what to do next, and I clocked him one with a good kick, which knocked him to the ground. Someone had already called the police at this point, I believe, and like, police turned up, ambulance turned up. I was like, just hand me the stuff to stitch myself up. I stitched myself up and I walked back, and I continued walking to work. I didn't ever press charges, because if I was to press charges, I had to go then and there. But I just needed to go to fucking work. Still blows me away. Yeah, like, it's one of those things of, that's the life I've kind of lived. Good and bad. It's good and bad. Right. I'm not gonna give you any false illusions on, whether or not that ends up being a good way to live your life, but I enjoyed my life. I've learned a lot from it, but I've done a lot of dumb stuff in it. And from that dumb stuff, I've become a lot better of a person, I'd argue. At least you can say it's an interesting experience that not many people can say they had. Yeah, and I'd hope that not many people have had that kind of experience, admittedly, though. I think that's like the important thing about it is that like while I have a lot of experiences in my life that are fairly unique, I would also hope that a lot of my experiences are as unique as they may feel. Because dear God, if some of the things I dealt with in my life were more common, I do not think the world would be a better place. I think the world is a better place from some people experiencing those things, but not everyone that experiences those things should have to experience those things. That goes for everyone. Everyone's experienced things that no one else should have to. Or no one should have to begin with. Alright. So, to explain what I'm doing at the moment, by the way, I thought I probably should. I'm now setting up a thing to loop through inputs. And now, because we have a structure for some of the stuff in place, we should actually be able to get this information. And we should be able to consistently print it out, effectively. So it'll either come up with unknown, which it will come up with unknown on -1, which is going to be fairly common. And then it's going to not show up in a lot of other cases. And that's the point that we want. So what I'm setting up here, so we're gonna now go with var. Switching you to the background and starting to write a new D&D adventure. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. So I need to do inputs and I need to it'd be okay. So what I'm gonna need here, I'm hoping this is gonna work all correctly. So if I go to oController main dot input core dot input keys, was it? Input keys. And then we do that. Check. Yep, that is correct. Oh god, yeah, I just got a message about the Shy Lily pixel art cup, which looks really fucking nice. How long's that one in for pre-order? I shouldn't be looking at more cups. Like, at all. But I do need to be getting my next order of gamer subs done in the next few weeks, I think. Problem is I can't do it this week, which is, it'd be really great because I get 21% off. Yes. I think it's actually showing New Zealand dollars right now. Okay. Because I like the pixel art cups. I think the pixel art cups are amazing. Here's hoping I could maybe one day get, like, enough. Does it actually say when the pre-order finishes? This is an exclusive limited pre-order and will not be available for purchase once the order window has closed. Okay, so what's the order window? Am I not able to see that here easily? Am I blind? It's probably in my email. Have you been upset at the V-card situation? I don't know which one you're referring to specifically with that, because I've seen mixed things on certain things. But I haven't been, like, super hugely looking into it, admittedly. But yeah, like, just saying, like, V-card situation's too broad of a stroke for me to be able to give it an answer for, I feel. Yeah, no, the email doesn't even tell me how long the thing's running for. The people are upset at the TCG rule sets having no sense or logic throughout. And I overall always looked at them as a collectible, but some wanted to play, and the rules are dumb according to most people. I actually don't think I've looked at the rules at all. To be fair, I agree with the sentiment that, like, I kind of saw it as a collector's thing, for the most part, but I did want to have, like, 1 or 2 decks that I could play. TCG. Is the rules on here? I'd assume the rules are on this page, on, like, this website. I'm curious now, because, like, I kind of want this product to be somewhat successful, so I'm curious. Be the first to player to score 5 points by winning rounds in a 1v1 combat. Optional, if you prefer higher stakes, win a round also adds your opponent's played cards to a prize pool. No one really cares about that. Okay, then they added rules later. That's always a concern, I'll be honest. Because, and I mean this with, like, most love and care to the statement, if you're adding rules after you've kind of designed a lot of stuff, it's very, very difficult. They update the rules set to be better? Okay. Boost your power by +1, no matter the element. These effects can be improved by matching elements or specific VTubers. Yeah, I kind of know a bit about that. There's a maximum limit of 4 of the same card to a deck. Constructed decks must contain a minimum of 50 cards? Wait, what? 50? Why 50? Each player draws a hand of 7. Wait. I made the first edition said absolute. I'm just, wait, I'm gonna go through. If you do not draw a power level card in your initial hand, you may mulligan. Shuffle your opening hand in your deck and redraw. Drawing back 6 cards. If you do not have a power level card after the mulligan, you lose the round. Fucking what? Alright, I can immediately tell you this mulligan rule is awful. At the beginning of each round after the initial round, both players draw to maintain at least 5 cards in hand before the power and draw phases. There's no more cards available to draw. You must continue with the cards you have in your hand until the game is over. See, I'm okay with that. But how many cards are you drawing? 50 seems way too much. Like, I'm gonna be honest, right? And this is maybe a wild statement. This game would have benefited from approaching it like Pokemon. That's what I thought they were going for with the style and power levels and everything of it. So I thought they were going for a Pokemon game. Or a Pokemon styled one. Yeah, no, that's part of... We saw that rule earlier. Where was it again? Yeah, optional, if you prefer higher stakes, winning around a prize pool. So, this exists in Magic, by the way, fun fact. There is a term for it, I'm blanking at the moment, but there are cards that specifically say for this to work. The thing is, you can opt out. It is fully an opt-out thing. Right? If you prefer higher stakes, winning a round also adds your opponent's played cards to a prize pool. The winner of the game claims the entire prize pool. Being optional makes this okay. But it's still a bit, like, weird. Okay, power phase. Starting Hugo's phase. Selection step. Both players secretly choose one power level PL card from their hand and place it face down. A reveal step. Simultaneously reveal the selected power level cards. Initial result. Compare the elements and the power levels of the PL cards. The leader is determined who is ahead in power. The losing player will have the first turn. If there is a draw, the turn must be decided between the players themselves. Rock, paper, scissors, etc. Okay. I agree that being optional rule is okay. Yeah, like I agree, optional rules like that are always important because it's a rule 0, right? And that's what matters the most. Right, players draw one card at the beginning of their first turn. This is on top of the 5 card maintenance. Battle phase. During the battle phase, players must play at least one card or the round is lost. Players can play one mascot and one support card a turn. 2 cards in total unless an effect states otherwise before they pass the turn to their opponent. Players alternate turns playing cards until one player has no more cards to play, or if one player is ahead in power level for more than 2 of their own turns. Resolution phase. After all boasts and effects are applied, the player with the highest power level wins the round and scores a point. Declaring a winner. Power level comparison. First, compare the card's power levels. The higher power level card is initially ahead. When elements are compared, if one element is stronger, the player with the stronger element receives +2 power level bonus. If neither element is stronger, neither player gets the bonus. Mascots and support card effects. Finally, consider any mascot or support cards played during the battle phase. Final winner, the player with the highest power level after all effects have been applied, wins the round and scores a point. Both players add their played cards to the discard pile, and the next round begins. Optional, the loser's cards are added to the prize pool. Additional mechanics, discard areas, and optional prize pools. Both players have set discard areas. The loser of a round places their cards in the discard area. The winner of a round places their played cards in the discard area. Okay. Tie resolution. In the event of a tie, play an additional round. Scoring. Each round 1 earns 1 point. The first player to reach 5 points wins the game. All cards with talents can only use the ability once during the round they are played in. So, I stand by this should have been more kind of like Pokemon, I feel. Because what could have been done? So if we look at these cards here, we've got a power level 8, a 9, a 10, a mascot, and a support. So let's have a little look at this. So this support card reads, if you lose the current round, return your water power level card to your hand. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit of an interesting one. A mascot, +1 to your power level card, +2 to your water type power level card, +3 to your Nyana's VTuber power level card. Do these override each other, or are they beneficial? They are additional, because then that means that it is getting +6 to Nyana's. Alright. Pokemon is very simplistic and easy to learn. Yes and no. The card game's actually, like, really got a lot of complexity to it. It's easy-ish to get started with it. ish. There's a few rules to it that are a bit difficult, but like a good Pokemon, especially like when you get to the later stages of the design architecture of it, it's fucking insane. It is a very complex and overly difficult thing to do. I genuinely feel like they could have done it as layering. Like, so it basically, they could have retained the talent through it. So you play out the 8 power, you can only play a 9 power onto the 8 power, and you can play a 10 power onto the 9 power, so on and so forth, right? Then it would have, but I'm assuming they're trying to make it so the power level 10s are the rare ones to hit, and then like it's kind of like that. It still would have been fine. Mascots seem really obscene in some senses, so I think I agree with kind of the rule here of 1 mascot and 1 support card per turn, and I actually don't think that's incorrect. But like, this is why I say, like, I think this game suffers from the fact that it was very clearly designed as a collector's game first, and they didn't have enough time or the right kind of people to develop a actual cohesive card game instead. When they wanted to transition to that. Because I genuinely think this, like, copying the architecture of Pokemon and developing from there, I still think 50 cards is obscene. I do not think this needs to be a 50 card deck. It's clearly intended to be kind of a rough idea that you've got up to 10 cards per turn, or per round. But yeah, I don't like the fact that it's basically play until no more cards in hand, or 1 player is ahead for 2 or more turns. I think if you're going to use this kind of style, this is the correct way to have it. But I don't think this is a very fun way of doing it. Theory cracking? I mean, we're looking over the VTuber cards game, because apparently there's a lot of complaints about how the game actually plays. I'm looking at the rules right now, and I'm just like, yeah, the weakness this kind of game has is that I just don't, like, I don't agree with how long it takes. Because this isn't actually going to be a fast game. Shiloh said they intend to hire an outside team that knows what they're doing and get them to make revised rules in like a couple of weeks. Damn, where do I sign up? I'd love to participate in that. Because like, it would be really, really interesting. QA. So this is a lot of ones that I know that they had some rights as well. Because like this one's here, it says already arid. Like again, I think. So this is the typical play area. The power level card being here. I feel like playing it as 5 rounds is a problem. Or like, yeah, reach 5 points like that. I think 5 points isn't the problem, it's the 5 separate rounds. I think they could have played it out like, So, okay, if we're gonna go real in depth with this at this point, I think. Right. I'll just use the remaining area here. So, at the moment, we've got this, support, mascot cards here, prize thing here, deck here, discard here. Pokemon has, 1 here, 3 here. You've got your hand, you've got your discard, and you've got your thing. And then I genuinely feel this game could have benefited from the concept. So you've got your Pokemon can go into these slots. This is your discard. This is your deck. I know D&D doesn't help. How it can impact thing. Sounded real mean and ended with me and my team know how to write the rules. Hire us instead, please. See, I'm gonna be honest. That's really scummy. What I'm trying to be here is I'm trying to be positive and I'm trying to figure out how to work within the things that they've already got. Because this is the difficulty that a lot of people have when it comes to these sorts of things, and why that sort of mentality sucks ass. It is okay to be able to critique and critical about things. It is not okay to rip apart rules and just say you're bad, we can do better, hire me. So let's disregard the prize pool thing. We're not going to really talk about that. What I think this could have improved with is support. So, okay, let's go quickly back to the cards here, right? Where are they? There, cool. So I think the mascots are clearly intended to be played with certain things. I think that would have benefited from them basically being equipment effects. And instead you have it so, instead of them going into this area, they'll equip onto a selected character. Right? So, if someone wants to like take this bit of us talking about this and send this to Shy Lily, I'd be very much appreciated, because I feel like this is kind of that important thing of, I don't want to definitely be on the team, but I just want to kind of have like something put down for this. Because I want to just like show how much I really do want this game to be successful, and I think it's really cool. I just think that like it is a little bit at the moment of doesn't have the fine tuning that it needs. I think it's a really, really cool idea, and I dislike negativity towards these things. I don't think you need to have the support cards definitely be held for a long period of time. I need to look at a list of all the cards. There's a gallery, right? Card gallery. Let's go look at the card gallery and look through all of the support cards and all of the mascot cards, because I think I'm gonna stand by my mascot statement. But I want to look at supports specifically. So, all of these are, if you lose the round, you return the level card to your hand, is the idea. Shields, oh god, the wording on these is hard. Benefit from elemental power thing. Okay, cool. Is this all the supports, or is it just not loading yet? So you could have a zone for these to hover on, and I don't think that would be incorrect. But I do not think they need like a specific zone. I think mascots are a better example of equipment, and then what you could do is you reduce the card deck size from 50 to, say, 20 maybe? We go for 20. You can only add in like a total of, 2, 6... No, maybe you go with 30 and then have like a maximum amount of power cards. right? So you max out how many power cards you can get. Then what you do is you change this area by splitting this section to being a little bit over here, and these are current support cards. Then you have these as your benched power cards. And then you can have your mascots be equipment, and they'll play to a thing. Now and then you can probably make it so a power card can play on top of a power card of the same name, but of a lower power, and it retains all the effects that the previous one had. But you require that to play the higher power level ones. By doing that, you've now created a more interesting atmosphere. You still can keep the limit of 1 mascot and 1 support, or 2 mascots or 2 supports. That totaling as the only cards per turn. Then you can have it basically as the round ends. If you've been ahead of the one in the slot for 2 turns, or there's no other cards to play, yes, win. Cool. That's dead. That means you can set up other ones, but they can also see you setting up. So it creates a more interesting dynamic with how to play. I'd think that wouldn't be a bad way of approaching it. It also means that the smaller the deck, the less stress there is on the player to design a deck, and it means that they can make a more cohesive concept. I don't think the cap of playing 4 copies is actually enough. I think you can reduce it if we were to reduce the deck size. So you can probably reduce it to 3 or 2. But obviously, when we say that, we're saying like Nyana's 8 power and Nyana's 9 power are considered as 2 separate cards. So you have 2 or 3 Nyana's 8 power, 2 or 3 Nyana's 9 power, and 2 or 3 Nyana's 10 power, and then you can play it from there. Then you can have cards in later development cycles where they have lower power levels, but have more talent effects, and then they have more synergies. Then you've probably got ones where it's going to be like you could design a card where it's discard a card to draw a card, things like this. I think the support cards are a cool thing, but they should basically play out as one-off spell effects. I honestly just don't think the support card, the Water Guardian's that great. But it also means that potentially you load your deck with more utility and you just mulligan until you hit your Pokemon. Your VTuber Pokemon. Right. I think that's honestly... Overall, I think it just needs tweaking. It needs a little bit of improvement. I don't quite like how the mulligan's done. But I understand that there's limitations. But like, yeah, so mascots are basically +1 power to the card, +2 if they're the thing, the same element, and then +3 if they're the specific VTuber that they're relevant to. I think there's more room for interesting effects here as well, than just giving more power. I think that's another lacking part at this stage, but again, like, if they want to keep doing more cards, then that's fine. I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, Womp Snack's cool. I have my Womp Snack coming my way at some point. Okay, there are more supports, they just weren't showing up. But yeah, like, I think these are fine. Like, minus power level to Shy Lily card. I mean, if you get a situation where Shy Lily has more supportive things, then awesome, sure. Um... Exposed, yeah, I can see. Yeah, no, I think. Yeah, see, happiness charm. We've got draw 2. For every card you have in play, gain +1 power level. I think that can be redone to, for every card you've played this round, get +1 power level. Like, round so far. Battle Cry could be changed to also include ones on that sub-board, so you can set them up properly. Which would be really awesome, because then you could make a version of this where you swap with one on their bench as well. Which is Cyrus, I believe, in Pokemon. No, I genuinely think there's very little that needs to change here to make the game perfectly playable and fun for those that want to play it. And I think it's really insulting to hear people treating this game so poorly and hearing people be so excessively negative towards it, because that just makes... Like, you're not being constructive, you're just being an ass, right? Like, that's kind of what I'm meaning. I do think that the game's lacking effects, though, and I would really like to see more effect things going off. But I understand that, like, that's not there yet, right? Because it looks very much like the uncommons all have their talent, and it's supposed to be that, like, oh, well, they're low power, so they have a talent to compensate. Whereas I think stacking it would be much more interesting, so you keep the talent, so you can get more development from there. And it also means that you can print ones later that have lower power levels, but more talents adding on there. And strongest cards with good effects are around 8. Yep. No, 100%, I will agree with that sentiment currently in the game. That's why I say, like, having it stack up would be interesting, because then it would still be about drawing power cards from your deck to try and put them on top of them, to try and set up for combos, potentially. I do think that, I stand by, this game would benefit a lot from stacking cards on top of each other, instead of, having this or that. I think that would be the big sentiment that I kind of want to stress with this. Yeah. Well, there you go, Devil. You want to package all of that up that we've just talked about and send that to Shy Lily? Hopefully that will be a nice, positive way of looking at the game, and proving that, like, they did a really good job. Genuinely, I think they did an amazing job with that. And they did an amazing job for what they had available. And they should not think poorly of themselves. They've done a great job, and to those that are being hyper negative, they should really consider life choices better. Like, I get being upset that it's not better, because obviously you want it as good as possible. But I do think it's, yeah, I think it's rude to do that sort of thing. Dude, I don't even need to be paid that much. I'll happily come in and just do it, not for free, obviously. But I'll definitely be happy to come in. Is it enough as a simple collectible? Yeah, I agree. Right? Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to play it, but I would definitely love to. I would love to just get the cards, right? It's a way of celebrating the VTubers and stuff like that, but it would be cool as if it was a card game. I mean, I'm literally designing a card game at the moment. My brain's right in the right frame for designing a game to be played. I've written... Maybe I'll go through... So locked in on writing the campaign. I spent the last 30 minutes listening to you talk about V-Card. Yeah. I don't know. Should I submit something? Where should I submit it, and what should I submit something? Talking about this to them. Because I'd love to, like, give my 2 cents to offer them, like, hey, maybe this is some direction you could potentially use or anything like that. I think it'd be good. I'd be cool with that. You never know, I might become the fucking Gavin for VTuber cards. Making commander decks. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if I was told there would be an opportunity, I'd love that. We were in the middle of doing input controls. So I need... this, but I'm gonna change this to be, instead of list name, this needs to be text. Then we need this to be text. Then we need to change the X positioning. And then we need to change the sub X. So X is instead double X capitalized. And then XX plus equal width plus gap. Okay, let's see if this works. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it crashes. If it like, it either crashes or it doesn't, and we'll figure out what happens in between. I do kind of love the best part with that VTuber card stuff is that, like, how... While I'm not saying what I've suggested would be 100% definitely a better thing, the fact that I was able to toss that all together for like after half an hour of just thinking about it myself, reading through what they've already got, and like developing from there, should kind of indicate how much I'm like, yeah, no, I kind of know what I'm talking about. But yeah, And for someone that hasn't, like, actually played the Pokemon game, I still think I've done a pretty decent job understanding it. Okay, it looks like it's about to crash. It crashed. Oh yes, because it's gonna be -1. Let's do it this way. Oh, whoops. No. It's inputs. There we go. Alright, so we're just gonna be going through, seeing if I can develop out the thing. We just need it to show up at this point, because once it shows up, then I can do the twisting, attuning, and tweaking details to make it look nice and clean. That is the hope. The other concern is gamepad, I realize now. Gamepad's not going to come up correctly with this. So that might cause, by causing some of the errors and crashes. So for now, we might have to take out those inputs and comment them out and go from there. Options, controls, got another crash, yep. Okay, so I'm going to assume that it's the things. Add a song to game, made background sing to it too. Nice! Roger, you missed us talking a shitload about V-cards and the design of the game, and what would happen if I was allowed to put my 2 cents in for it. Did I buy any? I have not had money. I've wanted to, but this is one of those things. I don't have money at the moment, and I'm not gonna have money for a long time. Like, I still want to actually buy some gamer subs at the moment, so. I have to wait for the next time they do cards. But yeah, it's because apparently they're looking at potentially getting in like a team to work on the design of the game. So there is a genuine part of my brain that's considering what I should do. If I should like collate what I just talked about for the last half hour, or during that last half hour. If I should try and make a video, if I should try and just write up a big text document and send it their way, yada yada yada. Or even try and apply to just be in the design thing for it. Because it's not that I have a vested interest or anything, it's just I would really love it to do well. And I think the game's perfectly great. It just needs that little extra pizzazz to bring it up to a stage where it's a bit better of a gameplay loop. I think it's just lacking a little bit. Yes. No. Yes. What? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. That would definitely result in a few of the errors we're seeing. But yeah, that's what I was saying like earlier, because Devil was the only one here. If they wanted to like rip that 30 minutes or whatever and just send it Shay Lily's way. See what happens. But I've noted down when I stopped talking about it. You can post in the Discord if you want to check out what people are saying in clips Lily talking about the cards. You know what? I'd actually appreciate that. We could have a bit of more of an in-depth talk about it, because, like, again, this is game dev streams, right? It's always a bit good to go through that. Well, it's displaying. What if we take the gap away? Because, like, I don't want to propagate negativity, especially in game development. Game development should be as positive as possible. We've got enough negativity, we want to spread positivity. talk about how games have done well, what have they done well, and then from there develop on improvements, not your game is bad. Anyone that does your game is bad, nah, is just, you're being a prick. You're not useful, no one really gives a shit about your opinion. It's okay to dislike something. I'm not saying you don't have entitled to that opinion, just sharing that opinion in an unconstructive way is kind of shit. If the game's bad, like actually bad, people won't play it. That's the truth of the matter. Alright, let's divide by 2 there, and then do the string, the gap be times 5 instead. Let's see if this all fits in nicer. It's in the Discord. Most of the info was Reddit talk and YouTube clips, so this might be more educational in the situation. Cool. Alright, we'll open it up after I've checked this. Because once this is done, if this is done correctly, then we're actually like super far along with the work that we needed to get done for the entire week. And we're, what? Discluding the time we've spent talking about V cards, which is basically now 40-ish minutes now, I believe, 40, 50 minutes. We've basically spent an hour on this. I feel like I've done pretty good. Yeah, it's still not quite there, but it's getting there. I can reduce this width here a little bit, just because this is not going to get over there correctly. To be fair, I could probably reduce the size of this text a little bit. I don't know. Assist is not coming up with a thing at all. It's tab, isn't it? VK tab. VK tab. I guess VK... Is VK tab not in this list? Like, seriously? Okay. Yeah. No, it's not in there. There we go, that fixes that problem. Okay, let's have a look at this video. Important.
Boy, that...
Alright. We'll go to default viewer so it's easier for everyone to see everything.
My be true, but they could also find a way to make the Gen 1 cards useful, maybe? Yeah, she is the ex-VRiv girl, I think. The weirdest thing is that the strongest cards, the VTubers with 10 power, literally don't have any effects, nor do the ones with 9 power. It seems like it's only the weakest card at 8 power that have effects. Honestly, probably would have just been better making this a collectible. Only thing is, it's not an actual game. That's what everybody's saying. It's a collectible, it's not an actual game. If you're a fan of Shy Lily or one of the VTubers, you're probably still gonna enjoy this as a merch. I'm not really surprised this game is a half-baked cash grab, considering Lily made passive-aggressive comments during the lunch stream announcing it's cheaper than other TCGs. It's not, so you should be grateful. There's no way she said that. That doesn't sound like something she'd say. And then proceeded to act surprised every time someone in chat mentioned ordering some. Announcing a major gameplay change like a week after launch is also a big death flag. The only people that will keep the cards profitable for gamer subs will be the oil barons that spend way too much on anything related to their Oshi. That's similar to what Stevie said. He said this is really... It feels like a cash grab for the VTuber Sims. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but he used the word like V-Sims or something. And I think it's in regard to the anti-rule. I don't know how to pronounce it. Because, you know, if you lose your card, then you'd have to buy another one.
Oh, yeah, anti. Anti was the phrasing that I was looking for earlier, by the way. So, Okay, again... I'm not going to say that Rima here is not going to talk about it as well, but, like, I'm really pissed at people with this, because if you're going to spend your time focusing on a fucking optional rule as a valid point of complaint, then you should not play any games ever. Because there is an infinite amount of optional rules in every game. Oh, I really hate Dark Souls because that one dude beat it with a Guitar Hero controller. I'm sorry, fucking why? What has that got any relevance to you? You're not going to play with the anti if you don't want to play with the anti. And if you're going to play with people that only want to play with anti, then don't play with those people. And they're going to learn really quickly that nobody wants to play with the fucking anti rule. I do not like that there's an anti rule thing, but I like that it's optional. This is the important thing to keep in mind with this. I'm not against anti-existing. I think that's perfectly fine. I don't quite like that it's fully official rules, but I get it. Makes sense. I do not like that this is a complaint point. That's what frustrates me. Complaining about something that's not
I thought that rule was an opt-in, so I feel like it shouldn't really matter. Supposedly, the original plan was supposed to be a collectible card instead of being in a competitive TCG, but it's just so confusing that the goal is so far off from the final product. The game just feel like there wasn't any playtesting and thought put behind the development of this. Let's see the Shy Lily thing talking about it.
So... before this goes on, I want to kind of comment on that. They probably playtested this. They probably do all that sort of stuff. There's limited amount of resources probably available, and it made it quite difficult. It was probably in-house tested, which is always the difficulty when it comes to card games, especially a physical product. It was intended as a collector's thing, initially, from everything we've heard. If that's the case, it doesn't 100% justify it. Like saying, I'm not going to say it justifies it being a worse product than it could be, but I'm also not saying it's a worse product. A lot of people, from the looks of it, are trying to make it out like it's a horrendous product. It's not.
Oi, you! Yeah, you! Hi! If you're not subscribed to my second channel, I don't know what you're doing with your life. So take a moment, press the like button, press the subscribe button, and hit that notification bell on. And thank you so much. I appreciate you. Now let's get back into the video.
I would subscribe, but this is not my real.
To Pokemon because, again, Pokemon had other franchises that they could verify work well before putting stuff in. Same with most other games. We made a completely new thing that is completely unheard of in the market. Target's never heard of a fucking VTuber before. Target is like, what the fuck is a VTuber, bro? Get the fuck out of here. This fentanyl shit is getting out of hand. Target's like, what the fuck is a VTuber? Fuck off, bro. Source me teehee. Teehee. So obviously the goal is to have it in stores, also at conventions where we'll be hopefully be able to sell single
Yes, Rima, that's how PNG tubing works. I didn't know that, okay?
booster packs. Yeah. Really excited for the future. So the future plan is obviously get it into the stores. Obviously rework the gameplay and unify language and also fix some of the language. And also get the game to have systems and more depth by adding and adjusting rules and adding systems and whatever other ideas we can use
Triple VTuber, yeah.
to make this a competitive game, because that's
Okay, so what I'm hearing there is exactly what I was talking about, is that, like, the game's good foundationally. There needs to be a bit of work. It does sound like, so, as I said, the Pokemon thing, like, they're trying to do their own thing. I do think it's lacking if they wanted not take that Pokemon approach. I do think they've done a decentish job with a lot of aspects of it. But also, it sounds like she's not really meaning, like, rules-wise not Pokemon, but more just, like, conceptually a card game that's not Pokemon. That's fine. I do think, again, what it would be really cool is to have a deck that's based around your Oshi, right? So you'll have 3 or 2 copies of every single one of your Oshi, and it does stack on. Then you'll have, like, synergies around, say if you're playing a Shy Lily deck, you would have synergies around water-based cards and Shy Lily-based cards, and you'd have things to counteract the things that are bad into you. That would be the point. The more interesting point later down the line would be creating decks that aren't just one element type and facilitating that. That's one of the big things that I can see being a little rough to design for at this stage. But yeah, mentioning an optional rule you don't like is valid criticism, but hammering home how bad the rule is can be the dumbest critique. Yeah, so that's kind of what I mean, right? It's like, as I said earlier, do I like an anti-rule? No. It being optional, that's fine then. Cool. I'm never going to play with anti. If you're going to tell me we're playing with anti, I'm going to pack up. Right? But I do think it's a valid criticism point to say I don't like it. I'll give it that. But to, like, make a big deal about it. That's the point I'm trying to, really hammer home, is making a big deal around a system that you do not need to interact with is not really that positive. Saying I don't agree with it, cool. Giving your reasoning, cool. But making a big deal about it, not really worth it.
the next step, pretty much. Yeah, I got so much potential, and I'm so grateful for the feedback because it helps a lot in figuring out what direction people want us to go. Like I said, when we released this, we were like, no one gives a shit about playing this game. But it would be a thrown away opportunity if we wouldn't make at least something out of this game. And then we released the game, and everyone's like, okay, but can the playstyle be harder? And we're like, oh. The irony of keeping it simple so it's easily accessible, and then realizing that we...
Okay, I actually like this comment here. So yeah, what I talked about earlier did simplify certain aspects of the game, but it narrows down a lot of things, and it means that there's more setup, there's more room for construction of your deck. Again, making a narrower deck size actually makes it harder to design a deck, because now you have more opportunity cost, right? I still think that that's definitely an element to kind of work with there.
Let's see if we wouldn't make at least something out of this game.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, I skipped around by accident by pressing one of my keys.
that'll be harder, and we're like, oh. The irony of keeping it simple so it's easily accessible, and then realizing that we dipped our toes in an audience that is nothing like that. We had no fucking
Yes.
idea.
I think Pokemon trading card game is very, very simple. I think it's very I mean, it depends which deck you're playing with, but like the beginners deck are like super simple. Like
Okay.
I think
So yeah, I was talking about it earlier. This I actually agree with the sentiment here from Rima. Is again like to start playing Pokemon is very simple. To get into it properly and actually start developing decks, there is a lot of interesting strategies that go into mind. There's a lot of synergies that you need to consider. I mean, like at the moment, I hear a lot about with Pokemon Pocket, like Darkrai meta being quite intense with Magnezone. And then it's like, then you hear about people developing decks to counteract that. And I think that's really, really awesome to hear and see. I do look at decks that like I've looked at a bunch of the decks. I've seen a lot of different ways that the game plays out. And regardless, like you can have little Timmy playing their deck and it still play. I do think one of the most toxic cards, and it's not a good card nor a bad card per se, is Misty. Right? One of the things I hated seeing was so someone talked negatively about it and it's like, I don't want to play competitively because I don't want to lose to a Misty. And then someone goes like, well, why don't you play it? And it's like, no, that's not the point. If you lost in a competitive scene to a card like Misty, it would be incredibly frustrating because it's not consistent. But imagine that one person you're versus gets like a 4 roll or a 5 roll of Misty. So to explain Misty very quickly, in case people might not know, you have to use energy to cast your abilities. Misty has it, you can basically give however many flips of heads in a row of water energy to a target. So you could get 0, or you could get 1,000,000. And that's the problem. So it's not good, it's fucking irritating. And that's what I mean by like a toxic mechanic. Is it's like, it's not good for either side of the thing. And the problem is that when it wins in a way that's unfun for the other person. And when it loses, it's just bad. Like, it's literally a dead card. And this is the mistake a lot of people have with like decks in Hearthstone I've seen, where like certain combos turn up and it's like, oh no, we can't let this happen because it's really, really frustrating. And the realistic thing is, it's very bad. Just everyone's playing it because it's funny. But it's also just objectively not a good combo. That was what the case was for Res Priest for pretty much all of its lifespan in Wild. More recently, it's been a bit better ever since Neptulon kind of came out. But like before then, it was objectively a bad deck, but it would win often enough versus greedier decks because they would have enough resource generation. That's simply it. Like, they sucked versus a lot of others, and they did well into a couple. But now they do significantly better.
I streamed a couple games in my Discord the other day, and some members were watching me, and they don't even play it. They don't even play the game, but they were able to like participate. And I barely played a game, and I could sort of like figure out what to do. It's not. Yu-Gi-Oh! On the other hand is so complicated. It seems like their game rules were simple, but they just didn't make sense. Can't believe Rima stole my V card. It was expensive. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun.
Yeah, seeing the people wanting to be more complex is a really good sign for the demand and also for the art, because we knew the game was simple. That was the whole intention. So people not complaining about anything art related whatsoever and just being like, yo, where the gameplay at, that's great feedback, because it's like, we didn't even try. This is amazing. We can just hire a department that specializes deeply, in depth onto this. Done. You know, so it's perfect. Also, there's lots of people who make some claims. I do want to shut down some of the claims because they are getting annoying. People claiming the reason they didn't get to buy first edition is scalpers. Now listen. Obviously, scalpers get their hand on a bunch of stock. They always will. But some people's solutions are simply non-existent. If those solutions existed or were this simple, every single place would fucking do it.
Correct.
Yeah. Which one is more complicated, Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, I've never played Magic.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and respond to that sort of comment.
If the solutions were that simple that some random fucking dude who paused his Marvel Rivals game to go on Twitter going, just limit everything per address, only one order per address, you really think that stops scalpers?
No.
Just make a queue. You really think that stops scalpers?
Like, okay, so I what I'll respond with this, and you can call me out on this. I got the if we go back to the cards and we go to the promos, right? There's the special Womp Snack one. I have ordered one of these, and I asked a friend to order one of these for me as well. It is ordered to their address, everything like that. And they've said I will give it to you. So technically, I'm a scalper. I just wanted 2 copies of it because I want it in case I do make a deck that uses Womp Snack. I would love to be able to have one, no matter what, displayed, and then one playable. That was always my mentality. I would have liked more, because then it means I could play it into potentially more decks, but the idea is that it is a card to celebrate. And that was always the point. Right? Like, this is the thing that needs to be acknowledged. And that's kind of where it's like, you could make an argument. I've now participated in that sort of thing. It's gonna happen. You cannot stop it, no matter what you do to prevent that. It is not feasibly possible, because it's the same as hacking and, like, cheating in games. They're just gonna get smarter. It's best to make preventative measures as best you can, and then make detection architecture, and that's all you can do. But the problem is, detection architecture in scalping case is nigh impossible, because then it gets into a legal problem where you need to potentially reveal sensitive data about an individual, and that's not okay. So they can't do jack shit.
You think scalpers haven't figured out how to join a fucking queue? You should limit it 1 checkout per address. Okay, scalpers are like the only target audience that has virtual offices.
Yeah.
How many addresses do you have? Chances are 95% of chat doesn't have more than 1 address they can ship to. Everything else would just fuck over the customer. Scalpers are the only people that have like 20 million virtual addresses.
Yeah, no, it's kind of what I was saying. It's like trying to make people not draw porn of your game characters. Ironically enough, yeah, you can't stop them from doing it, just accept it. You can't stop that sort of event from occurring.
That's crazy what they do.
All the fucking time. And all of the addresses are registered in the post office to then reroute to one specific address. Just a PO box, just like one big fat fucking warehouse.
Yep. I'm actually... Can I just say, because, like, I really want to give a bit more positivity here. Shy Lily knows what she's actually fucking talking about. I give her a lot of credit here. That's someone that actually does know the subject very, very well. And it's kind of insulting people are assuming she doesn't. She's actually a very, very smart individual, and she's very, very business sense. Like, she's got good business sense. And she deserves a lot better treatment than she, I feel like, gets.
You're literally only fucking over the people that need this. That is the only people you fuck over.
Yeah.
There is somebody that made a video on the roadmap saying the roadmap is something.
Hard folks, Speed Robo here with a little bit of an impromptu video of...
Okay, let me actually have a look at this roadmap before there's a comment, because I want to get my 2 cents in before potentially there's excessive negativity. Alright. Our ultimate goal for the VTube thing is to elevate the gameplay experience by expanding guard types, enriching every facet of the game, ensuring deeper strategy, a greater variety, and an immersive journey for every type of player. Base set and launch with casual gameplay, major gameplay update changes to reflect in unlimited set. Set 2, Set 3, and Set 4, brand new sets will introduce brand new elements, fresh and dynamic card types. Yep, no, this is all fairly generic rhetoric. I'm seeing like very positive promises. Obviously, they're promises. Women plus VTuber equal dumb. I do hate that that's what people feel like sometimes when they're like talking about this, is that like so many people just go like, oh no, the VTuber or all that is just stupid, right? And it's like, no, they may be silly. They may play especially certain aspects of them. And like, let's not kind of dissuade from the fact that, yeah, Shy Lily is a hell of a fucking degenerate. But also, you do realize basically all of the top businessmen in the world are fucking psychopaths, right? Like, everyone that does their best in any area are fucking lunatics. The lunatics are the ones that are actually really good at their stuff, not fucking a general person. And there's a reason why. But yeah, no, I mean, they're being open. I appreciate that they've accepted they're failing here, though.
And I think it's important to talk about. There's some good points, but most of it's just pretty dang concerning, man. And I wanted to go over it with you guys today. Before we get into the roadmap, though, I did want to start off with some serious positivity and some thank yous. Other content creators out in the TCG space have been talking about VCard and bringing up its major problems, and this is one of those times where I want to really solidify that joining our forces together when we scream at a major company is how change gets made for the better. You know, the more of us screaming in unison, the odds are we'll be heard by the giant. So I just want to say thank you to Regulus. I hope that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, so in response to that, I kind of agree with the sentiment, and I do, like, again, it's don't be awful, but giving your response is good, right? Jeff Bezos is Professor Evil lookalike, yeah.
Her name correctly. This was a really solid video going over why he thinks that, or they think that this game is dead on arrival. Really solid video. Please give it a watch. Huge thank you to Nova Alkami. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Played the game on Tabletop Sim in a live stream and really showed how the rule set just doesn't really function that much at all. Really good stream. I was there for it. And a very big thank you to Jolt Dragon. These are some of the more positive videos on the V-Card.
So this guy's made a tutorial on how to play V-Card TCG.
Side actually going over the rules and the gameplay. Like, this how to play video is professional enough that I would have expected something like this to be made by GamerSupps themselves, but of course they didn't. And Jolt here.
Okay, right there, I'm gonna call out this person and saying, like, that's like such a scummy way of saying that. It's like, of course they didn't. It's like, look, wasn't their highest priority, and as well as they're planning to do gameplay overhauls, give them a bit of a break. I can understand that they would be more keen on doing that later. But I do agree, it would have been appreciated if they had. Wow, look at that. I said the same thing, but in a nicer way. It's about your words. He seems hostile. He does seem agitated. And again, we have to remember, a lot of agitation in this space is going to be agitation coming from passion. From passion and desire for the game to be better. Acknowledging this is important does not justify the attitude.
Here also made a video talking about the problems with the rules, going very in-depth with the issues that you have ruling this game in tournaments, and it was a great video. I'll have to comment on that, really appreciated all of that. So I wanted to get started with that before we dive into talking about the roadmap, which we're going to do, right now. V-Card,
I see nothing wrong with the
Our ultimate
roadmap.
goal for the future of V-Card is to elevate
missing.
the gameplay experience by expanding card types and enriching every facet of the game, ensuring deeper strategy, greater variety, and an immersive journey for every type of player. I'll just let that sentence slide. we'll let that slide. So here's the actual timeline. Base set launched with, quote, casual gameplay, followed very shortly by major gameplay update with changes to reflect in unlimited set. I think that's supposed to say changes will be reflected in unlimited set. Then you've got set 2, 3, and 4 that say these exciting sets will introduce brand new elements.
True, like TCG card games are like unlimited money glitch, because if you get people hooked into the game, they become almost like a permanent buyer because the meta keeps shifting. They need to buy the new cards, the new packs, etc. It's like they said, it's unlimited set. It's gonna go on.
I feel like I could rephrase the video to be more professional. Yeah, like this is the thing. YouTubers tend to fail at the professional aspect, and I think that does impact the ability for me to listen to certain ones, because it just feels like when you're only speaking from a place of passion, it's really hard to listen sometimes, because the criticism can feel a little too deep cutting. That's why I make an effort to always speak in a way that I do, where I'm trying to kind of point out, hey, look, they've done these amazing things. I would like these to be better. But again, I dislike his way of looking at the casual gameplay, right? So clearly what I'm reading from this, especially from what Shy Lily has said, is that when we see, I'm actually going to turn the music back on because I'm going to be toggling the video on and off constantly, and I feel like having the music back is good. The casual gameplay is, we've just made something. It's the most casual form of what we've considered for this game. Major gameplay updates is, we're actually trying to make this game competitive. We're trying to work upon what has been given to us, and we work from there. Changes to reflect in unlimited set is actually correct wording, by the way. I can see what he was trying to say, but again, this is someone that's like too busy trying to be upset, or not trying to be, too busy being upset to like accept maybe they're looking things a bit poorly. Can't stop spending money in MTG whenever he wants to because it's not an addiction. Just doesn't want to stop yet. Exactly. No, 100% right. There is a part of me, in a sense, looking at this game that wants it to be successful, because while I love Magic, if you told me there was going to be a VTuber card game that was able to compete on a level of, like, I guess sorcery, or something like that, and I could get it at my local game shop and try and convince people to play, I fucking would. Love that. Like, I absolutely love the idea of that, because that leaves a little bit of spark of hope as well that I could get into that card game, like, actually be a card in that card game, right? That would be the more important thing.
Forever.
Fresh and dynamic card types, new gameplay mechanics, and a growing roster of VTubers and creators. Finally, after set 4, we're going to be building towards our competitive game with tournament and event support. Above all, we are committed to ensuring the game's longevity and delivering the absolute best experience possible. We will continue to listen, adapt, and evolve, always valuing our community.
So gacha addiction?
Never overlooking the concerns or passion drives us.
It depends how easy it is to be able to get the cards that you want. If you have to open a lot of packs just to get the cards that you want, it is sort of
buying
like
singles.
Opening loot boxes. It's kind of like a gacha, yeah.
Together.
No, it's buying singles though.
Additional promo drops may occur in between sets. So, leaving aside the fluff where they don't say sorry and they're clearly squirming about being caught for releasing slop, let's talk about why I think this roadmap is.
Okay, I'm immediately going to be turned off from whatever this dude's trying to say now. I'm gonna listen to the rest of this, obviously, but I'm just gonna put my, like, hand up now. I'm not gonna listen to what this guy's saying positively because of the wording he just used. And I'm pretty sure we can all agree to an extent, like, what he just said is so scummy. So he's basically said, oh, all of this is an apology for releasing slop. That is actually not quite verbatim what he said, but it's not much of a discrepancy, right? Okay, so we're working off that. At this point in time, I don't know if I could value the opinion you're putting forward now because you're not willing to engage with it at all. You're going in with one mentality and you're being almost aggressively, like, if you don't agree with this, by using such, like, specific words. I hate that. Sounds like he doesn't hate the game, he hates VTubers. I'm not gonna say that. I think, again, I speak from I believe most of the people being negative about this game are either people that haven't played it or aren't interested in it, which that happens, so yeah, I guess the hate VTubers section, or the people that want it to be better. And I'm hoping that that's where, again, most of these perspectives are coming from. I'm giving the benefit of a doubt, but I'm not going to deny that is such a scummy way of saying this. And it makes me really uninterested in interacting with this kind of opinion. Right. And that's a personal thing.
A terrible idea and frankly isn't going to work at all. So to get started, they say that the base set launched with, quote, casual gameplay. If you honestly think that stealing your opponent's cards is casual gameplay, you shouldn't be making trading cards.
I heard that rule was opt-in. Was I wrong? Because everybody's making a big deal about it. Maybe I was wrong.
It is opt-in,
Hey, Shy Lily,
and everyone is making a big deal
you shouldn't be
about
making trading card games. Then, shortly after, and we're talking 12 to 16 weeks after launch, because that's when the pre-orders
Oh, the price point is also a point of contempt? Is it expensive?
are coming out. You will get your pre-order for Unlimited in 12 to 16 weeks. So they only have 3 to 4 months to get this fixed. Major gameplay update. So, this isn't going to work. They don't have the time to do this. I know firsthand, because I've made this exact mistake before in my career.
Really?
I've screwed up in an identical way to this.
Wait, this guy is a professional. Who is he? Speedro Bro? He's done this before? Wow, okay. Anti-system is now optional, at least. The extremely limited original stock.
Okay, so I will comment on that then. If it wasn't optional initially, I'll call them out on that. That is a mistake. From all I can see, it is optional, but I will accept a valid, very valid criticism of the game of if that kind of rule was not optional initially. Because then that is really rough to play. I would not want to play that kind of game. But all I can see is I see this here. And I have no evidence of it not being the case the whole time. So that's an important acknowledgement we're making here. To my knowledge, this has never not been optional. It being optional is fine. It existing is sucky, but I will never play with it. Now, hearing someone go, I made this mistake in my career. I've done that a few times here on the stream, but we've normally talked about it in a very positive way. 4 or 5 months is really rough turnaround, but also we're talking about potentially a team of upward, like I'd assume that they've got they'll be able to get a team on this properly. If you've got an entire team working on this, spending a large amount of full time on developing this sort of idea and stuff, it's possible, but eesh. I fell in love with the room enchantments and Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I think room enchantments are really cool, because again, like that was a cool mechanic, and it was side on to mechanics that pre-exist. And they've already talked in this one about similar sort of stuff. But like, yeah, if the ante was in the game locked in initially, then that sucks. But it doesn't. No way can I see that being a hard set rule, only an optional. Do I think that the game is super bare bones at this stage, and that's fine. The game has just released, and it has not gone through full QA, from what it seems like, especially from what Shy Lily said. Making assumptions here, again, we're making assumptions, gotta acknowledge this. It doesn't sound like they were able to give this enough time in the oven to develop the gameplay side of this. And it seems like they just they did put something together a little maybe too quickly without enough resources behind it, but that happens, right? Like, it was prioritized as a collector's item first, and gameplay came in later. That happens. It's okay. I don't think I can be outraged by that.
For the base set, god rares with 1/1 rarity that you can sell directly to that VTuber. Dude, they wanted this to be NFTs so bad. The Nova stream was a major eye-opener.
I thought that I could release like a beta product and then get fixes and adjustments done for the full release.
Yeah.
You just don't have the time to do it.
Okay.
Especially when your core rules...
You know what? In that Shy Lily clip that we just watched, she did say that I can just hire a department to do it. She seemed to believe that it was doable in that timetable.
Set is V card. Nothing works, and frankly, it is an entire scrap and redo. Like, you need to basically redo the entire rule set from scratch if you're gonna have a good card game. That's just the fact. So, not only does this make...
So, let's look at a comparison point by discussion of what we said earlier, right? Let's use what we talked about earlier on my end of what I would suggest towards the game versus what he's saying where the game has to be completely overhauled and nothing works. Tell me something. Did I say that the game needed to be completely overhauled? No, I worked within the rules they had. I developed something that is like slightly transitive, moves in a slightly different direction to some of the core mechanics, but it plays out how somewhat uniquely still, but also how things do. Yeah, Mouth, with minor tweaks we can make the game better. Cool, well done. Not game needs to be fully fixed from the ground up. So this is the mistake a lot of players will have, is that they're going in with, no, this isn't the game I exactly wanted. Like, they wanted exactly Pokemon, but with VTubers. They wanted exactly this or exactly that. I'm gonna be honest, I can't agree with this person's sentiments on this at all. I think they're being aggressively negative. And to an extent that's no longer constructive and is just really sucky. So Rima here pointed out that, and I agree with the sentiment, so Shy Lily was fairly confident on this. Shy Lily is a business person, she's had a lot of successful products in her time. I have a little bit more belief in someone that has had more success than someone that's only talking about a failed product they've done. Also an acknowledgement to be made here, and I mean this with utmost respect to this individual. How big was their team when they had this failure? Because it's sounding almost like it was a solo product. If it was, yes, you are not going to have enough time. Right? Why we can say this? We can use me as an example. I have been working on this product for almost 2 years, my game. This VTuber Vampire Survivors game that we've been playing today. It is still a buggy mess and has problems. So the question becomes, do I just scrap this because it's slightly fucked up? No, I'm gonna keep committing to it. But like 5-6 months for a large-scale project development, I could see. It would be rough, but I could see it working if you had a good team for it, as well as, like I've said, I basically suggested maybe 1 or 2 cards getting reworded. Otherwise, everything stayed the same. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the cards that they've currently got printed would probably get gapped in power very easily and become not as effective. But, like, the point stands. For the most part, I don't see a problem with it. So
Everything from first edition completely null and void from a gameplay standpoint, which, given most of my detractors from the first video, is fine, I guess. But the rules changes for Unlimited are going to be just as rushed and slapped together due to the timeline as it is for first edition. Especially if they aren't hiring any new team or staff or bringing on a professional.
No, they are. They are though.
It's not gonna really be an improvement, to be blunt. I don't see this panning out. Then in set 2, 3, and 4, they're going to introduce new elements. The new card types and gameplay mechanics is totally fine. That's actually fairly normal for a TCG. But the new elements isn't going to work. I genuinely don't know how that's going to pan out, because if you look at their current elements, it forms a complete... There's no... Like, how... When something... because of how their strength and weakness works, on their cards, strength and weakness down here is just reminder text. It never changes. It's only influenced by the element up there, right? So it's already closed. It's already a closed circle. I don't know how you're going to cram something else in there without having to change other elements. Oh, this wiggles, apparently. Without having to change other elements' strengths and weaknesses. Like,
Okay, so sentiment to this, I kind of get this agreement, like the statement here. There are still room for development on elements. You can have sub-shots, you can have things where they're strong into certain things and not weak at all to anything. You can have the inverse where they're weak but not strong against things, and it creates this webbing scenario that's perfectly doable and fine. I do somewhat agree that there is a mistake that has been made with the game where, so if we look at Pokemon for a second, in the TCG, I believe, if I recall correctly, they only display weakness. That is an advantage that game has, is that they can now easily kind of like determine, hey, by the way, we're weak to this, we're not strong to anything, the strength is left to the weakness on that card. That is something I will say could have been improved better, but I still see perfectly good room for design here, is you could make Dark, for example, and Dark be weak to fire, but strong against nature, right? Now you've created an offset point, but it doesn't stop that this still is strong here. You could make Poison, right? Which is strong into grass and weak into steel. Or platinum, sorry. And it's not destructing the original table, it's adding to the table in a constructive way that creates more diversity in how you actually fight it out. And that wouldn't be a problem. I think that's perfectly understandable.
I hope I'm making sense here, but I didn't really
yeah.
Other than not working at all? I don't know.
I mean,
the biggest issue that they have here is they're only going to start building organized play support after set 4. No, your game's going to be dead by that point. And put...
Okay, and in response to that, that's actually fairly normal. Most card games that release now don't go hyper competitive off their first set unless they've got a huge budget going behind them. This means that this gives them time to develop a solid game. This also kind of indicates that this is an ongoing thing that they're going to work with. I assume best case scenario for them is that in between these sets they'll do some like soft tournaments as a testing ground, as a soft push down to see if things work. That would be my initial belief on this matter. It's not going to be like, we're never doing any tournament stuff until we're definitely done with all these sets. Now this is an assumption. I could be wrong. They could be waiting, and then they've probably got a reason to be waiting. I do not believe this game, at this current stage, regardless of rule problems or anything like that, has enough cards diversity to create an interesting gameplay experience for a tournament scenario. I do not think people would be that interested in viewing this experience outside of watching their favorite VTubers play this. Right? Now, I think strictly speaking, it would be really nice if they did introduce additional powers to the higher powered level things, and the low power ones maintain their trait, and it's a good development process. I'd like for, I still think that the power increasing, I mean, I'll be honest, the diversity and power would be nice. And like I said, a form of evolution would be really, really cool. I think that's the point that we were talking about earlier, where it's like, it would be really cool if I could say, let's just go, look at only electrics for a moment here. I could play Sayu, and then I play the 9-cost Sayu on top of that, and then I play the 10-cost Sayu on top of that, and it gets, or like the 10 power Sayu, and I get that sort of power increase, but I retain the original effect, which was, what was it again? Gilded Aim, if your opponent has more cards in hand, gain +1 power this round. So it means that it would be an interesting situation for that. But it also means that I would like to see maybe like a better way of clarifying, hey, this is a upgrade to this card, and this is an upgrade to that card, so actually like giving a level thing. I think it would be a really cool thing to add. Problem is that you can't really errat that into the current cards. It would have to be something that's in the rules at a later stage, but you could just make an argument or not. That wouldn't be too bad. Still means that these cards are valid to play, it just means that you'd need to know the rules a bit better when playing them. But yeah, I think that would, like, that's something that would overall improve some of the gameplay loop, but I can't say it's definitely going to solve things. That's the other thing I'll also say, is I'm not saying 100% what I'm saying is the correct thing that they need to do. I'm just giving suggestions at this point.
Putting it, even
What
if,
is...
let's just imagine a
What does organized play support even mean?
reality
I agree with
in
that
which
sentiment.
V cards print quality was incredible.
So, I actually, Rima brings up a good point there, is what does it mean? Yeah, that would be appreciated to have clarity on that. However, I understand that they've not got that yet.
Writing was immaculate, and it had the greatest rule set of any TCG ever. Like, it was handcrafted by the gods themselves. The Aztec god of board games, the Prince of Five Flowers himself, descended from the heavens and made this game, right? Let's imagine that universe.
Uh-huh.
Even then, only starting organized play after set 4 is a death sentence for your game. Ask Lucy Rhodes Dragoborn how it panned out for them. Oh, you can't, because the game died after... Let me check. Oh, 5 booster sets? Alright. Most TCGs, and when I say most, I'm talking 90% of TCGs, die either after set 2 or after 2 years on the market.
Oh.
You're not special, V-Card.
Okay, so this one's an interesting one. He's actually not fully incorrect with that statistic. Is that, yeah, that's a very valid sentiment to be made. Vast majority of TCGs need to have some power between that time frame to get a maintained audience. And keep going. The advantage V-Card has, it's got value in the fact that it's a collector's item, first and foremost. Regardless of play or not, the cards can continue be released and it will probably be a justifiable expense. It's the rules is going to be the thing that is the question of whether or not they can afford to maintain high quality rules and rule sets. Whether they'll have rotations, like standard set rotations and all that. That will be the hard thing to figure out. At this stage. But, like, again,
This
that's
isn't going to
very
work.
long term.
You need organized play at launch, not as an afterthought post set 4.
Fuck no.
And the last thing I want to bring up is these sorts of roadmaps aren't normal for a trading card game. Normally what happens is you just announce when your next set's coming out.
Okay.
No.
This?
No. What? No, that's not... Literally Magic printed a fucking roadmap last year for this year. What is he on about? Wait, what? Okay, now he's just lying. Like, that has rough dates, loosely, and that's it. It didn't even say what the last one was, which we now do know is confirmed to be Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is what we believed it to be. Wait for the ending? Oh no. Okay.
Shit is the territory of NFT scams and half-baked live service video games.
Oh,
What
is
is-
that why some people were saying that a roadmap was like a red flag? Dude, I'm learning so much right now. I had no idea about all of this. I do think it's got a lot of potential if they can fix the game fast. Because it's a very pretty card game, and it's cool that it's like VTubers. I think it's cool that each VTuber has its own audience, but it's not just like, it's not just a Neander's V-card game, for example. It's like a bunch of VTubers together. I think that's cool. It's almost like you're pulling in a gacha game for VTubers. I think there's something interesting in that concept. I would like to have the game be, the cards be playable in a tournament setting or in a competitive game setting. Otherwise, don't market it as a competitive game, just market it as a collectible. But they need to decide what it's going to do. They need to decide what they want to brand it as and kind of stick with it.
You do it.
Okay, like, I actually want to comment to that. I agree with the sentiment, is that I think what they need to do is not that they need to bring in a team to do rules, is that they need to decide, is this going to be a collector's game or is this going to be a playable competitive game? Because you can do collector game stuff with a competitive game, but it needs to be the competitive game first. I think it needs that to be sorted out. I agree with that sentiment from Rima here. And that's a decision that is only able to be made when they probably have a team working on this stuff. I hope to God, while they're working on this rules stuff, they actually sit there together and go, do we still want this to be this? Because that is the question that I think needs to be asked all the way through. I'm not saying that it should be or shouldn't be. I'm saying that that's a question that they need to keep asking themselves throughout. I think that's really, really important. I think it's a really, really good point to be brought up here. Like a really good point.
I'll give them credit. This is something.
Yeah, like the basketball games, the basketball cards aren't like game playable cards, they're just like collectibles, right?
Yeah.
They heard us. And they're sweating, and they're shaking, and they know they need to do something. But this is not it. Before posting this roadmap, I think VCard had two viable paths in front of it. Option number one.
I mean, what they could do is be like, okay, we need to rehold the entire game. Set 1 won't be viable to play because we need to drastically change the games. However, everybody who's bought a set 1 card, they're gonna have a credit for the new sets. That's it. That's all they gotta do. Give them a credit.
That wouldn't be a bad way of doing it.
You'll get something new, something free, or you'll get like the amount you spent on the first set credited on the new sets. That's it.
This is the path I would have taken.
That way they won't be stuck with the like bad mechanics they already put in place or like the small elemental system. That would fix it, I think.
Just ending the scam. Like, look, gamer subs. It's obvious to anyone with a brain, it's obvious to anyone who isn't a VTuber sycophant, that this was the laziest, sloppiest cash grab TCG in human history.
Wow.
There's just no denying it.
Okay.
Own up to it. Cancel Unlimited. Do refunds for those pre-orders. You made over $2 million.
What? But see, he's kind of saying the same thing I did.
Just on first.
Wait. Where is this number coming from, by the way? It made over $1 million. Where is this number coming from? It's like, I mean, you could make a prediction based on the amount of supply that they had, how many sold and all that. There's a valid argument to be being made about a prediction. But where is that number coming from? I cannot trust that unless you give me evidence for that. Also, holy shit, yeah, he's just being... Like, full refund, I don't agree with. I kind of agree with Rima here, where it's like, at least a discount or something for the next set would be kind of cool if they were to fully errat, or just fully scrap what the set 1 has been so far.
First dead. Just walk away. If VCard just shut the hell up, refunded the pre-orders, and let first edition sit, everybody who bought first edition would still be happy. Because you're either an eBay reseller who already flipped your box for $500, you won, congrats. Or you're somebody who just wanted a card with your VTuber that you like on it, regardless of
Then what are the refund?
Yeah, true.
You got it. Done. Easy. And then if you're a collector, right? Oh, the product's been canceled. That means my stuff's even rarer. And then you're happy too, right?
True.
If VCard just shut up, everybody, including me, would have been happy. So that was option 1. Option 2 for VCard is...
Okay, I'm gonna put a little sentiment here. If they're going to shut down completely, give up on the product moving forward as a competitive margin, then no, I do not agree with the sentiment. At all. Like, that's just someone that wanted free shit, then. Not a refund. Maybe promo code or discount if they really feel like they've not delivered on the value. I think they have. But hey.
Apologizing. Canceling the product as is and doing refunds for Unlimited and saying, look, we know we screwed up majorly. We didn't think about it. We weren't ready to jump into this industry. We now understand and know that it is a lot more than we thought. It's a lot more than launching a new drink flavor, and we did not respect that.
Yeah.
And we apologize for that.
Yeah.
We'll be back when we've got our act together. And hire a fucking professional team. Like, that was your other option. Trying to majorly course correct the worst TCG in history while in motion, which is what this roadmap is.
Damn, this is really strong words.
Is a terrible battle plan.
But he seems...
Do not do this.
Seems like he really knows what he's talking about.
At the end of all of my videos, I leave you off with a genuine recommendation. And this is today's. If you're working on a card game, and you want to make sure you don't end up like VCard, head over to speedrobogames.com. Send us an email. We consult on all sorts of tabletop gaming projects, big and small. Set up a time to chat with myself or one of our professional game design consultants.
I wouldn't want to.
And we'll make sure to get you on the right track. All right, Editing Speed Robo popping in one more time. This is a little bit of an extension of goodwill to the VCard team. I fully see, accept, and acknowledge that with the quick adjustment to the rules and the posting of this roadmap, there is a slim chance that I'm wrong, and this was not a EA-style pride and accomplishment product, that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't a lazy slop-together cash grab, and that Shy Lily and her team just genuinely had absolutely no goddamn clue how to make a trading card game.
Yeah, I think that's more what it was. It was more so inexperienced than, a rug pull.
And they're just...
Holo has their own card game, and
yes.
You can get limited Holo TCG cards, but it requires buying a full set, like birthdays, anniversary from official Holo shop. Really? I thought they just had the cards that they sold on their own.
Just trying their best. It's possible. And if that possibility is a reality, I sincerely hope that they hear this message and it gets to them just like it would seem my other videos have gotten to their ears.
Hi, Henshu.
Gamer Sups, if you want to do this right, reach out to my company. We can help. I've been Speed Robo. Thank you very much for watching. I've
Sales pitch.
got an episode of Exploring Card Game Design on foil cards. VCard does make an appearance in that episode as a negative example. I think that one will be very fun and educational, frankly.
Alright. So I'm assuming we've basically hit the end of what we need to see here. Okay, so instead of actually apologizing for being an ass, he shills. I don't agree with, but I get it. Hey Matthew, how's it going? So, to explain what you've walked into, we've been, for about, like, almost an hour and a half total today, talked about VCard, because it's been a big topic, apparently, especially the rules. The rules, I agree, are definitely underdeveloped, at the moment. So this is the VTuber trading card game, and I don't like, again, there's the wording difference between Rima and this, whoever the fuck this is again. where like you had don't know what they're doing versus inexperience. I agree with the sentiment that there was inexperience in that, and I think that's a very valid point to be made, is it's really hard to design a game when you don't have experience in the field, and I give them a lot of credit for trying and trying to do their best. Clearly they made an attempt, and that's very important to acknowledge, and it's really, really upsetting to see people be so negative to a point where it's hard. Has a form of anti? Yes, it has a inbuilt anti, but it's optional. Apparently, some of the wording that I've been hearing is that that may not have been optional initially, and it's optional now. I can't say for certain because I've always only seen it being optional. I have no problem with it being optional, I just don't like anti, and I will never play with it, and if anyone tries to tell me we're playing with anti, I will walk away. So it is. But it's important to acknowledge the word optional is almost always used, at least in here, for the game rules. But I do agree that the game's currently just a little lacking. There's definitely some room for development. I don't think that the entire set can be has to be scrapped. I think that there is more than enough really interesting ways to develop upon things. Hell, I could even make an argument that, like, so based on what we were suggesting earlier, where it's a stacking thing instead. So a 9 power goes onto an 8 power and a 10 power goes onto a 9 power, but it retains effects all the way through. Based on this wording, you see here, it's like these cards are 8 but come with unique buff, higher power without additional, and then full art exclusive art designs. So again, keeping in mind, it was not always optional. I saw the embers of this drama. Okay, so if it was not always optional, that's fair. I think that's a very valid complaint, and now I'm understanding a lot of the negativity around that. So I will make that acknowledgement that I understand the justification now. Well, I don't justify being an ass, but I now understand where people are coming from a little bit, with it being, it wasn't optional initially. I agree. That was a big mistake on their part. And that's just a big miss. It's based on experience and everything. But I do think the stacking would probably improve a few things. It also means that you could keep an interesting talent always there. You could sometimes have a talent on a 9 maybe. And then you could have like mascots or supporter cards interact with specifically level 9 and 10s, giving bonuses, or specifically with level 8s. It's like if you draw a card, if you control a level 8, draw +2, which means that you're drawing 3, which is better than the just the normal 2 one that exists in the game at the moment, as one of the current support cards. I believe Happiness Charm. Happiness Charm is you can draw 2 cards. But it means that you have to have a level 8 on your board. If you enable the idea that we suggested as well, where you have a bench of power cards, that means that you would want to always keep 1 as an 8 to try and maintain its effect. Creates a very interesting scenario there. I stand by, very little of this game would need to change to make a perfectly playable and fun game, especially for those that are like fans of these things. That's the important thing to acknowledge. This is also to again be even more positive about this game. There are so many opportunities here for things, because like we've obviously got VTubers all the way through. This is non-standard VTubers so far. We've seen With this, if we just go to uncommons, is probably the easiest way to look at this. We've got Monarch, which is now in VShojo, but I believe this was probably sandaled before then. We have Nanas, we have Bao, we have Ibiko, Froglock. Like, we have a lot of VTubers from all over the place. And it's a really great way of all of them coming together and being able to interact in their own ways. Like, fuck, they've even got Heavenly in here, right? Which is kind of fucking awesome. Not the worst TCG I saw. Yeah. Which is why I hate kind of this dude's talk, is because he's basically making it out like this is the actively worst TCG that has ever released. The only thing I agree with him on properly is that yes, it is true that card games typically do not see a lot of success unless they've been successful before the point of 2 years or was it 3 sets? Right? Like, if they've not established a very foundational audience by then, they're probably going to struggle. This one will always have the advantage that it can lean back on being a collector's item. So that is, and it's kind of hard to not have it be a collector's thing almost all the way through. It will almost always have that sticking power. But I do agree that there is room for improvement on the actual gameplay side. And I would like to see those improvements. And I think it's more than possible to reach those improvements. Without, like, fully getting rid of everything that's existing in the game currently. Again, not to beat the dead horse too much, as we've said, but like if I was to take control of, or like take charge of design stuff, or what I'd like to see with the design stuff, leads it with this game basically having everything still playable as it is, and it's just rule changes. And then it means that more things will come out later that will change that. Do I think that this first set, no matter what's probably going to get gapped? Yes, I think that it's going to happen. And it's kind of hard for that not to happen. I think there's only a handful of cards in here that I think are going to maintain being useful and playable all the way through the game. Stuff like Harpoon's an interesting one, because Harpoon is like, if there's ever a Shylily meta, Shylily gets weakened because of that. Great, you got cards. And that's fine. Having stuff like that is great, but like Happiness Charm's pretty much guaranteed to always be a valid card, because it is just a draw to cards. So, yeah, I do not think that they have a bad product here. I think it's got a lot of potential, and it doesn't require all that much to bring it up to the level that it deserves, or it ought to be at, whatever you want to phrase it as. And it would only require like a little bit of changing of these rules. The worst TCG is Red Darkeye, in my opinion, but yeah, it's more buying on the Pokemon TCG, like, with it being more collecting. Yeah, and that's the thing, is, will it ever be as big as Pokemon? Fuck no. Will it be as big as Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh? Probably not, no. Because you're fighting that audience already being well established. No, what you're doing is you're tapping into a sphere that doesn't really have a good thing. Also bot, yeah, no, I get rid of them without making a deal of it, because it's not, they're not worth the time even commenting about. Trust me, I see them. It's why I switch over. So yeah, I do not like seeing this. I also laugh at the fact that he's like saying about the roadmap when literally Magic the Gathering released a roadmap for this year, and I believe they've released others in the past. So it's really funny, because if you're trying to tell me that this year is Magic's worst year, I will laugh at you. I genuinely will. Because while you could make about game integrity has gone down, I think player base is going to go up. Just because of the fact that we're going to have so many collaborations with so many cool different things. Final Fantasy, Avatar, and Spider-Man are inherently going to be very, very successful, regardless of what people inside of the current existing community think. Those are going to bring in a lot of people, especially Avatar. I don't think that's up for debate at all. So, yeah. I don't know. I think current existing stuff is just... Yeah, so I think we've gone through very heavily looking at this video and discussing things. I feel like we've been very in-depth with the analysis of it. And I've tried to be very kind to someone that clearly doesn't want to be kind to the game. Which is always the hardest part as well with this stuff, is in the nicest sense. I give a lot of credit, again, to people like Shy Lily and such that I could not imagine I could not imagine dealing with all the negativity that she deals with and being able to just function as well as she does. She's an amazing person and deserves the awesome positivity. These VTubers look different nowadays. What, you mean from the cards, or do you just mean in general? Because, like, I know Monarch's gotten her new stuff, which that's fine. Again, they can always, like, do a new Monarch line. I haven't actually looked at Niana's for a good bit. Bao looks always the same. Shaylily looks pretty much the same. Cinder, I think's had an update. I can't remember. I know she's had outfits. Juniper obviously gets updates. Sayu's currently using his female model, I believe. I didn't see this yet. Yeah, there's a card gallery over on the thing. So you can have a look through all of the cards that exist currently. All the mascots, all the commons, rares, ultra rares, god rares, which they don't exist, I believe, currently. Supports, secret rares, and promos. But yeah. So at the end of the day, what we could say is Lucy's part of it. Yeah, there's a lot of awesome people in it. So yeah, Shay Lily, hire me. I can be one of your lead designers because I'm not a yes man nor a no man. I want to develop something, and I will work within the rules and limitations that I've already had established, and I'd be willing to break those rules as well if given the opportunity. I can give you, give me a week, I'll give you 5 different ways the game could go, 3 of which completely redefine how the game's done and errats all of the cards that are currently existing in the rules, 2 of which work within the current rules. And that's not an understatement. I have the ideas loosely in my head currently. My weakness is that I'm too dedicated and caring. Malith, most likely. Honestly, yeah. Like, the thing is, if I got hired to work on that game, I now have an even greater vested interest in that game succeeding, which is actually a scary thought. Because I already have a vested interest in seeing it succeed because I like VTubers and I want more VTuber things. So yeah, my weakness is that I expect that I could probably lose even more hours working on that kind of project. I would probably delay almost all my work to work on it more. I would probably maintain streaming, but you expect me to probably be working on that more outside of streams than what I currently do. Speaking a little bit on that, not going details, because I want to keep it as a fun little thing. I hope y'all appreciate it on the Discord, the little teasers that I've given. I'm not going to be showing any of that today. Okay, so what happens if I undo at least one of these? What does this come up with in that thing? I lied, you fiend. Well, I mean, there's something that you're gonna see in the devs log video that I'll do. That's all I'll say. That's the reason why I was teasing them there. I will tell you one of them is done, or nearly done. The other one is like halfway done. And then I'm gonna be doing like a shitload more work. But yeah, like I do think it'd be cool to do more teasers over on the Discord. Moving forward like that, because I think that's really fun. Because it means it gives you like a little bit of a reward for being over there. And it means that I might like spend less of my time, at least at the start of streams especially, going, hey, look at all the shit that I've worked on, because some of it will be able to be kept secret and kept in the vaults for long periods of time. Speaking of, I'm going to be... So, I'll show the list a bit later. I think I talked about it earlier. But this week, so we're doing control-based stuff, but we're also going to be doing... variable index out of range. Good to know. Okay, so we can't do the gamepad stuff yet. What do I need to do for gamepad? But yeah, like I'm gonna be doing a, what is it? Did I actually write it down? I wanna look if I write it down. No, I didn't. Okay, so I will be working on a normal boss this week as well. We're gonna be getting at least this displaying the game. Like all of the controls, that's the aim for this week. And a singular normal boss is gonna get added. That is on my little soft roadmap for this week. Also, yeah, I did look over at the Jeff Bezos Dr. Evil thing. That's very funny. It's because if I go look at my things... let's see. So, for Morco and Controls Continued was last week. So, at the beginning of this week, that needed to be done. And then this one's going to be... Well, yeah, like by yesterday, that all needed to be done, which we did do. No, I want to show an image, by the way, from... So, yesterday, like I said, I spent most of my day playing Star Rail because I needed to catch up on all the content. And I just want to show this one image from it that I saved. I take screenshots from the game and I fucking, like, giggle. There's this, and the funniest part is, so yeah, there you go. Out of context, this is even funnier, I'll be honest. Try and just go slay, slay. There you go. My one little thing from yesterday. Precious. Dude, Tribby is one of the best. I love Tribby so much. Laugh so hard my neighbor told me to go to sleep. Hell yeah. That's the best way to have those kind of jokes though, right? A joke that gets you in trouble. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I need to know... Can I just do this? God. This is gonna be a difficult one. I'm gonna have to figure out something for this, though. Because what we'll need to do is probably also in here. Actually, yeah, let's start setting up for it. So it will just come out as unknown, at least in that context. Right, if, so what we can easily do with this is array length o controller main dot input core dot input keys is less than input, sorry, J. Yeah. So, actually, stop the loading. If we do that now, and I do this should at least come up as unknown now. Right? so options, controls. Cool, they come up as unknown. That means that that is successful. We're checking it. So we can now re-enable the controller, follow. By doing this, we allow for the controller to be checked. So controller should work, but it's not displaying what the controller's doing. Came by to say hi, also to report Reddit for some reason. It's performing the best, I don't understand it. Now off the bed, fair. Have good sleep and good dreams. That's always the hope, right? Luckily enough with the controller, we could probably get away with doing it a little bit more hard-coded, and that being a little easier. Need to head off as well. Got some gardening work need to do. Fair enough, Matthew. Catch you later. God, how much time have we spent talking about V cards today? Good lord. It's easily like 2 hours total, I think, at this stage. Easily. If not more. Out of a 3.5 hour stream so far. Good lord. Two and a half hours? Yeah. I mean, look, I'm passionate about it because I really want to see it do well. I think it's a cool thing. I think it's a cool project done by cool people. Okay, so we'll launch this, see if it just obviously doesn't crash, and then we might just try and play around with making it visually better. And then we'll leave it alone for the week. Because we've completed the task, and then doing the next part of it's going to be the other important thing. Right after me saying I gotta look at my writing. Yeah, but we have taken a few moments in between to work on the game still, right? So that's why I like give a little bit of argument there. Okay, what do we think? Outside of like obviously it being moved around and things like that, are we happy with this for now? Like, again, stand by. It needs to be moved across a little bit and a little bit more stuff done to it to allow it to look really nice. But, what do we think? Get your controls. You should know everything now going into the game. So, reduce the width on this side a little bit, and then we'll make a scrollable point of it so you can like scroll up and down, and it comes up with a little sidebar on the side as well, show you where you're at on it. So it would be surface-based control. We'll have that's something that's going to probably take me a fair bit of time to work on. It's a surface that's going to do that. But I understand that mechanic better now, so I can probably do it very easily. Okay, so we're going to reduce the width here. So I'm actually just going to reduce width here a lot. Let's see how this looks. It's not a great way of doing this, mind you, but it works. Again, like, that's kind of what we're working towards right now is, does it work? Yes, cool, we've succeeded. The advantage we do have is at this stage in time, there's probably not going to be that many more controls that need to even be considered. So things are going to be somewhat easier for that. Ew. No, that doesn't look right. Oh, I mean, you can read it. This is one of those times where, like, I think this is what we're gonna leave it as. It's not amazing, but you can see, you can tell, your brain can figure it all out. I don't think that changes anything here. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna be back in just a quick second. Alrighty. And we're back. You can see Alden caused more problems while it's gone. Right. Okay, there we go. Oh, I guess at this point in time, because of just how passionate I am and how much I would like to see things be successful, the correct thing to you to do is to collate kind of what I've talked about today into like a doc of some kind and send it through to VCard, their business email, and just go like, hey, I am a indie game developer. I'm very passionate about card games and VTubers. This is me adding my 2 cents. I think the game's really cool, and I just would like it to, this is my hopes for putting something forward to try and help improve it. If that ends up with me having also a chance to help work on that, would be awesome. I'll probably leave it at that. Because that's genuinely my thought process. If I get the opportunity to work on that, that'd be awesome, but I would prioritize wanting to see the improvements. I guess I know what I'm doing this afternoon. I should be working on the stuff for the devlog, but that can wait, I guess. I got all editing to do as well, because I'm got enough for Wednesday. I haven't done the other streams yet. Yeah, do the rest. Okay. So with the key input stuff, again, not great, but it was good placeholder for now. Especially knowing that at this stage in time, outside of obviously the gamepad stuff, which we'll have to set up something separate for that. Penguins, Mel's Day again. You have a good habit of doing that, right? I'm impressed, honestly, at this point. You're welcome. Fuck you. It is actually something that, like, now I'm thinking about more and more. I'm mildly impressed, like, that you can consistently do something that just pisses me off. But I also love it at the same time. Okay, there was... Okay, can I do anything about that today? I don't think I can. Let me go over some of the other known bugs I have on my list. See if there's something I can do about them. That one, that's because it's still a placeholder UI thing. Ragu died. Particle system reference. Oh shit! That's still broken? This is why I shouldn't work with particles, man. It's on the step event, and it was where again exactly? Particle system instance. Looks like it's gonna be on the room start. That hopefully fixes that issue. Okay, and then there was the bug with those, but that's a pathing related issue, and I don't know if I can get to that, still at this point, without doing a shitload of other work. That one, and that's it. That's the main ones listed there. Yeah, no, so one of the complaints I've had, and I've talked about this with the person as well, it's a difficult one to resolve. Is amount. So amount is this value here, projectiles, the amount of instances. So with this, it's determined on the weapon or item, what it will actually do. Some it's not even going to be effective on. But the idea is that there's whatchamacallit's item, Matara's item, which is as simple as bug, get plus amount. And it's like, what is amount? And I understand that. Amount is a variable that's not very clearly defined in any capacity, and there should probably be a way of finding out what it is. There's a couple of ideas I have. One of the ideas I have is that based on text color, like if it has a text color like that, if you hover over that, it'll have a shorthand description. But then that's going to lead into the difficulty that I have for something else that I need to sort out still. But just simply put, amount's not going to really ever improve or change. I don't think I can change this text effectively unless I start describing everywhere what everything does, which is probably not an inaccurate thing to do. I could always try and take the League of Legends approach, where if a keyword is used, like TFT has a great example of this. TFT, if you look at an ability and it has a keyword used in it, like shred, sunder, whatever, it will say underneath the ability at the bottom in kind of brackets and slightly, toned down words so you can't see it very easily, but it's still there. Well, not as easily. You'll see that it says, like, this does this. And there's an argument to be made, I could do that quite universally. I could set that up, again, checking for if a color is used, add that as a thing underneath. But the problem is we already have a space room, right, for ability descriptions. So there is two answers to that, potentially. We have the room figure out, like, we figure out something better for the room, or we make it have pages. So once it goes beyond 3 lines, it goes onto another page instead. And then we figure out a way of, like, conveying that there is a page of the thing. Which means that I'm going to have to change the click on thing to a confirm button, because you'll need to be able to click on the ability to click on the tab between pages thing. Wow, this is kind of terrible to get this early. Alright. How much error am I getting? 13% from a level 3 item to begin with. Level 6. I mean, technically we're getting more than what we would be getting from Multiholic right now. And it mainly is to scale with the late game as well. So, yeah, not a bad one. Interesting. Okay. So far I feel like I'm playing a fairly standard run. Feeling relatively strong. Not feeling overly strong. I'm feeling kind of underwhelmed. I still think that comes in too early, that boss. Storm's actually a really good one for us. I'm also going to turn on auto-targeting. So I'm lazy right now. Getting more area. Where is that area right now? Area is at 20%. Yep, no, it's doing fine. I think that the changes that have felt really good so far. To be fair, it's probably gonna get massively pushed up the moment I level up Satanic Resilience again. And then just get more levels. Yeah, like, if I do this, I go from 20 to 26. It's quite a bit, actually. Yeah, I'm at the point where I can pretty much tank the boss. Stand on top of it. As long as I'm not being stupid about it. Fun part is now max health isn't actually that amazing on Iron Mouse, which is gonna be funny. Because there's not really any percentage healing in the game outside of Crown of Hell, I guess. So you're not gonna really get great use out of that sort of stuff. Okay, so now this shrine, if it spawns a specific way, can cause an error. Yeah, so there's an error there. Is that when they're outside of a specific kind of range of the field, they don't purge correctly. And that's just that shrine's too far over, is the short answer. Yeah, Night Doggo said, good god. Yikes, the texture is like this. Yeah, like something needs to be done about it. It's a good weapon. Even with like the fact that it's a variable weapon like this, it actually feels quite good. Yeah, no, I mean, sorry, I'm being very quiet. I'm just kind of like playing the game out at the moment, seeing how it feels, as I like to do from time to time, see if there's any like random bullshit going on that I should be concerned with. So far, I'm not seeing anything that's like obscenely annoying outside of the fact the mouse thing, but I feel like I had a thing for that, but I guess I didn't rewrite it in properly when we redid stuff. Oh god. Mischievous Magical Girl is actually kind of annoying for us, because it's really hard to get on top of her. She actually does quite a lot of damage. Especially at this stage. Can kill her. Fuck me, what did I do there? Oh, I bet I got, like, the healing proc from... the boobies. Yeah, from the boobies. No, from booby... ability. So just did a nuke, giant nuke. For healing. Yeah, boobies, make me, yeah. No, boobies do that to people. I wonder how clipped that's gonna be with this. It's like, clip that's... Yeah, we overdo the healing for that. Clip that's just free damage. And yeah, this is where clip that I think still like way too much damage that it gives. Because like on someone like Iron Mouse, don't think you give a shit. I don't know, maybe we do. I guess we need more healing. Okay, so one thing I'll comment on here is I actually do think the amount of levels you get is a little low. Because being level 22 at this stage feels like the not enough to me, personally. More silly VTuber. Fair, fair. I mean, silly VTuber is fun, right? Literally me on fucking Saturday evening, staying up till midnight for funny VTuber things. I wasn't watching, I was just drawing and designing stuff. I'm wondering what I'm gonna work on, because like I'm gonna be working on a bunch of things for the next few weeks. So I'm thinking I'm gonna like be teasing them over on the Discord way more. Like I keep referring to that, but like I do like doing that. It's kind of fun. It's just past midnight. Oof. I mean, I would always recommend sleep, but I understand that that's not normally the best recommendation for everyone. I mean, you could always fall asleep listening to me. That's not hard. Very good at slowly putting people to sleep. Oh, I'm taking a lot of damage. I kinda need that thing that gives me like healing on damage instance. But not be the first time, fair. Nor will it be the last. It's one of my greatest traits. Having a nice, like, slowish, simpler voice. Deep as well, so it's nice and therapeutic and relaxing in some ways. could really do with some healing, huh? Actually, that's a point. Have I seen breakables? I don't think I've seen breakables for a while. Yeah, interesting. We might need to go look at that. I just kind of clicked to that. Because they're supposed to be a huge reason why you can push the game a little bit further, and if they're not here, then that means the game's actually like way more accelerated in the player's favor than it's supposed to be. Or like, that it will be once I reset that up. Interesting. I didn't click to that. When has that been the problem? When did I break that yet? Oh, I bet I just disabled it for something and then just never re-enabled it. We're never actually gonna get value out of light from the depths, ironically. Yeah, I think our damage is kind of fine. Like, I think the balance is almost there, genuinely. Like, this is kind of the balancing point that I'm aiming for. So maybe upping the first boss's time, reducing time between each of the bosses just a little bit, and then increasing levels and increasing enemy stats just a bit. And I think we're good. Like, genuinely? I grated a block of cheese and eating shavings from a plate in a dark room in front of the monitor. I cannot count how many times I've done that. Like, truly. I've done that a number of times myself. Now you know I'm living the happy life. It's the best kind of life. So this is a really hard boss for me because she requires you to constantly be dealing a high enough damage output to compensate for her healing. We're not going to be able to do that. Not at this stage. The irony that I'm like dealing insane damage numbers and it's still not going to be enough. She's actually going to slowly whittle us down unless I hit what we need. Reflection might not be a bad bet here, actually. Movement speed and cooldown reduction will drastically improve survivability and damage output. The poor dolls just pop against me as well as the funny part. Man, I've only gotten Monster Rush. I was kind of hoping to get Party Animal just to test that. was good. Reflection's good. Keep up the damage. Yeah, she's just healing. Oh my god. Ragia, please. Ragia. Yeah, maybe her health regen's a little too high. Especially knowing that I would argue I'm getting, like, a really high damage numbers right now. Higher than the average player. And I'm still not able to keep up with it. Okay, so I think there's two things I can see immediately that can be done with just, like, very quick things. Every enemy's popping. Like, we're dealing 3-4 instances of damage and we kill something, right? Which I think's actually fine. Like, if something's taking 2-3 instances of our damage to die, I think that's okay for this kind of build in this stage. Overall. That's why I'm saying enemies are probably going to get buffed, because what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to increase the EXP modifier based on, like, how long the game's gone on. To increase the, just the gain that you'll get. I think it's currently just too small long-term, what you're getting. Then what I'll do is I'll reduce Ragia's healing just a little bit, I think. Because it's a multiplier. It's going to scale really, really... Like, nerfing it a little bit does a huge amount. I actually think she needs to cast more, I'll be honest. I think I'm gonna rebalance her so her healing's lower, but she deals damage more often. Maybe moves a little slower as well. Because we've been fighting her for like, what, 4 or 5 minutes now? Is that half health? And I've been consistently kind of sitting on top of her. So, movement speed, health regen, cast frequency up. And then increase EXP scaling for the game. So you get more EXP. I mean, I could just increase the base numbers. Alcoholic's insane at this point. Yeah, like, we kill her before she kills us, but it's just still such a long spanning fight. That regens so much. It's like, if I leave her alone for a little bit to go try and find the shrine, which is the correct thing to be doing, she's now almost all the way back up to health, half health. Now we've got Party Animal coming in, which is actually good. Fairly easy boss for us to kill here. And it gives us 2 at the moment. That's the way this works. Oh, this isn't reset. This should reset. And now Queen of Clothes should be here. Thought I set that up correctly. Guess not. Did you ever play Kenshi? Kenshi. What's Kenshi? And refrain from making a D's nuts joke there. Just thinking about it that whole moment after saying it. Kenshi D's nuts. I don't know. Strategy survival game. So I come to mind. I might look into it in a sec then, once we finish this run. One thing to be acknowledging though is the game has been very stable this entire time, which I'm happy about. Indie made game. Ooh, that's always an interesting thing then. My god, yeah, this is just like, I need to keep leveling up. I just need to keep leveling up. Like, I can beat this, I just need more levels. Because I literally cannot out DPS her right now. Her healing is too much. If I could hit demonic blood, or demon blood, or whatever it's fucking called again, I still don't think I win. I think I need, like, so much to do this. Roguelike open world is best description I can give. I'll get, yeah, no, I'll have a look after this run. Once I remember to do the other things I need to do. Because I just think that the problem with Queen of Clothes is she doesn't feel like she's doing shit at all. That's why I say, like, I want her to cast more frequently. So I'll probably lower the base cast rate a little bit. Of her stuff. Lower the health regen baseline of her stuff. And lower her movement speed just a little bit as well. That's the correct shit to do here. And then we need to fix the boss thingy being weird. Cause like, she can't kill me. I heal far too much for her to kill me. This is just a slap fight at this point. Demon blood, here we go. This is actually a big improvement to us. Because we're gonna heal a shitload more now from this. So we've almost spent, like, I think it's 10 minutes now just fighting Queen of Clothes. Yeah, it's over 10 minutes. That's not acceptable. I'm very, very high in my power levels here. Like, very high. I have two maxed out weapons. Oh, she died. Cool. Okay, so what did I say again? We'll go do the boss stuff, then we'll look up that game. I'll just quickly change the boss values. Bot stat, so speed comes down by, we can do that to my 0.4, and then passive. It's 100 per second. That can come down by. Yeah. Wake up in a desert with no hand, find town, steal food, escape angry town, get eaten by big bug while running. That sounds fucking amazing. And then I was gonna lower this one to. We can do this to 15 seconds. Base-wise. While I'm doing that, I should remember to write that down. Cool, there we go. Okay. Is it on Steam? Is that on Steam? check it out off stream. With the vid. Yeah, I might have a look. I'll have a. Well, no, I will have a look, but yeah, it'll probably be off stream. Okay, interesting. Why do I know Lofi Games? I feel like I've seen them before. Interesting. So, what I'm seeing here in quick hands, this is probably the most accurate description I've got here. Kenshi is a squad-based exploration game set up in a hostile world that simply doesn't care whether you live or die. I kinda think that's awesome. I'm all for that. That's great. Lofi Games. Is it just similar to another one that I know? Yeah, no, I think it's just similar to another name I know for another company. I was wrong. But yeah, no, it looks cool. Let's see how many porn games are in the first list. I always love looking. This is funny. Wait, is there no porn games? What happened to Steam? There's almost at least one porn game in the new and trending. If not two. What's happened? Oh, God, I want to play this so badly. You have no idea how badly I want to play this. I genuinely, I so badly want to play this fucking game. Oh, I so badly want to play fucking Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. Like, you can't tell me the Yakuza in Hawaii and have Majima as your main character being a fucking pirate and not want me to play this game. It looks so fucking good. I've been trying to do my best to avoid any gameplay, like, outside of the initial stuff that I saw. I so badly want to play it. The computer could not handle streaming it, though. I could say that with utmost fucking certainty. This is why I want to upgrade the PC so we can get back to Yakuza as well. That's the other thing. Because people might not remember this. I played a lot of Yakuza on stream. We've played all of the non-Like a Dragon games on stream. Like, all the ones leading up in chronological order. And I stand by, I really want to play more. Just, when we tried to play Like a Dragon, I actually think I've hidden that stream because of how bad it was. Like, I genuinely, it was such a horrendous experience trying to play it. And then I tested it off stream a few different ways. I can play that game on my computer perfectly fine. I cannot stream that game because my game will just die. It will crash fairly constantly, things won't load, and it will actually just break progression constantly. I want to play the rest of the Yakuza games so badly though. Alright. So I'll do the EXP thing later, I think I'll do that right now because that's gonna require like a whole lot of shite. Whole lot of shite. Right. I don't know how much more longer I want to go today because I am feeling really shit from the weekend. So what's the current kill requirement? $450. So what if we brought this down to 400, but I added 350 to the baseline? There we go. I need to change those numbers a bit. Let's do that at 250 actually. That makes it overall pretty much actually really close to being the same amount of kills total, but it just means that you have a bit more breathing room at the beginning of the game. Right, because it's 50 each and it's 5 times that you need it. Yeah, so it equals the same amount of kills at the moment, but it means that it's more front-loaded. So you have more time initially to set up for it, and then it will become faster and faster. Or like, it will be faster for the sequential bosses. There we go. Now it's 2 hard bosses that will spawn. I thought it was 2 hard bosses before. I've been wrong. And now I can random between the hard bosses. Lines of code like this always piss me off because they're so essential, but they're so awful to look at. think there's anything majorly else that I want to work on. Okay, so can I just stress? So I have a schedule. I'm not going to show the schedule. But I have a schedule of the things that I'm going to be working on for these weeks. I talked about this earlier today as well. And I'll reiterate it as many times as necessary. But I just want to point out, my entire week requires me introducing a singular normal boss and doing all of this that we've just done today with controls. I could probably do a normal boss for next stream and be done very easily, which will mean that I'm nice and cleanly ahead, which was the idea of why I've scheduled it the way I have, because I've underscheduled, which gives me time to relax between streams a bit more and work on a couple of other things, because that's the problem. I've not been relaxing between streams all that much. And it should mean that I can produce slightly better content. Focus a bit better. No, I'm not gonna show that because that's gonna tease something. I don't want to tease yet. That was interesting to read there. So someone was talking about like quitting League and how they genuinely believe like it's been really beneficial for them and stuff, and I actually agree with that. Like, it's a very serious thing where like people won't realize how good it is to quit a game. And you'll never truly know until you leave it alone. And it's a really weird one. But yeah, it's wild to think, I was never addicted, so I don't know. The moment I stopped being fun is the moment I quit. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is most people, that's the case, but, like, there are so many games that if we stopped playing, you'd realize how much time it takes up and how much you didn't actually really enjoy playing it. I have that issue with a couple of games. I've been pretty good at curating it, so I don't have that issue often. But I do know that, like, Hearthstone, I take very long breaks from that game for a reason. I love playing in a lot of ways, because I think there's a lot of mechanics the game does that's just really fun. But, like, I'm gonna be honest, right? The decks that I enjoy playing, they don't get improvements often enough, and there's normally just issues with those decks. like, what my favorite deck is Shutterwalk, right? Like, one of my favorite decks of all time will always be Shutterwalk, and all of the decks that it's good in, like, the decks that it's supposed to be good into, beat it. And that sucks. Because now I'm left in this situation of, like, I need to find a way to fight that. Get in, like, improve upon those sorts of situations, but it's so hard to find the answer. Because, to explain it best, so my issue at the moment with the game, the issue with the playing Shutterwalk deck, is that it's supposed to be like a either solid mid-range control deck. It's not really able to beat out the best aggro decks in the game. They'll just roll you over. And any good control deck is probably a warrior deck that runs like the one dude that eats minions from your deck, and they also run like several ways of ripping shit out of your hand. Be it that bomb dude that I talked negatively about before as well, that like puts bombs into your deck, and when they explode, they destroy a card on your board, on your hand, or on your end in your deck. Like one card for each. Like when the bomb triggers off, it hits all three of those. Random card in your hand, random card on your board, and random card in your deck. And it's not fun to play against. And they have the advantage that they have a card that means that it doubles battle cries for the rest of the game if you play it correctly. Without it being even on the board. And that's kind of the point that I'm trying to like make with a lot of this, is it's just the best decks that it could go against, it just can't beat anymore, and I don't think it's gonna change. Also, for some reason, the chat's broken. I think my computer's just dying at this point. So yeah, that's why like I try my best to play other decks and try and find ones that I can find fun with, but it's really just kind of depressing. It's really difficult to try and make an interesting mid-range deck. Especially in the wild format, which is the one that I play the most of. Because standard just... I don't know, standard feels so boring to me, because it's like the same issue I have of like looking at CEDH decks, right? So now that we tried to design that one CEDH deck, I now understand CEDH a lot more. I've done further research. And the problem with CEDH is that 90% of the decks are the exact same fucking thing. Or like 90% of a deck is exactly the same in all CEDH decks. They're all just the fucking same. And it's just so boring. Because if you go to top end, it's gonna have blue, it's gonna have the like fetch lands, it's gonna have fuck all lands, and it's gonna have some bullshit weird ass combo thing that it pulls off, or hyper aggro thing that it pulls off at about turn 3 to turn 4. And it's gonna be filled with so many fucking shitty counter spells, and that's it. And that's what every CEDH deck at top end is. And that's why I'm like, that's what standard feels like to me in Hearthstone. Is it's like, regardless of how creative you are, each of the decks all still feel very much the same. Like, the archetypes feel so heavily designed and ingrained in standard that, like, there's not really as much room for creativity. But the problem is that Wild, there's so much room for creativity, everyone's lost creativity and just plays really strong, obscenely strong decks that if you haven't won by turn 6, you probably are losing. And admittedly, this is feeling, right? This is not 100% the case, but this is why I complain about it. And I complain because I really enjoy it still. most of the time. It's just the times where I don't enjoy it feel very bad and very impactful. That's always the issue with this kind of games. I don't know what could be done to improve upon these factors. I think they did a great job with the direction that the StarCraft one did, because now you actually play for board. Even in Wild, there's a little bit of it, but it's still just so weak because there's so many board clears available in Wild. And that's why, like, I'm interested to see if they will answer that by producing better, like, play for board ways moving forward. I just feel kind of shitty because, like, one of the decks that I play, it's kind of one of those decks that if you don't hit all, like, specifically 4 or 5 cards by turn 6, or like turn 3, actually, honestly, you might as well just concede because you're probably just going to stay behind. And that's the Death Knight Zerg deck that I have. Like, if you don't hit Infestor and like 2 or 3 ways to basically duplicate and replicate it, give it Reborn or increase the amount of death rattles of it that you have, stuff like that, it's just not worth playing. Like, the game's not worth playing out because you're going to probably get rolled over by everything else. And that means that the deck's sitting at like a 30% win rate for me. So, there's an argument to be made I'm not engineering the deck correctly, and I accept that argument very, very, very validly. Oh, I wonder. Anyway, I think we're going to call it here for today, because I want to make a few phone calls, and I'm getting very, very tired today. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, goodbye.